Mr. President, tukwaniriza nnyo bonna kaseke meka yabali abatulira ebyaffe ne batubeerabira. Basawo ne bannyabo nze Nakawoya Esther maama Nakaseke. Obubaka omukyala addako wa Nakaseke District B26. Tukuwenga n'endulu nga twaniriza President waffe Nakaseke. So, Mr. President, Robert Chagulanyi Center mu Mitembo Musinguzi Bobi olunaku luno luligenda mu byafaayo nti nga bali bagamba nti meefuga wajja Nakaseke n'otubuusa nti tetwefugangako bukyangwa tuwa meefuga. Era Mr. President, Robert Chagulanyi Center mu Nakawoya nzikiriza nkutegeeze era oba olyawo nkujjukize nti Nakaseke bali abasajja b'ameka yaabwe lwansonga gye balwanira. Bajjajjaffe baabawa ente zaffe, babaagala, bababudamya naye baatwerabira. Baatusasulamu, batusasuddemu bino wammanga, batusasuddemu ekibbattaka. President Robert Chagulanyi Ssentamu, ojjukira bwe wajja Essemuto mu Town Council ku kyalo ky'Ekinegeredde ng'ozze okukyalira omwami Stephen Mugambwa ku nsonga z'ettaka. Nzikiriza nkulopere nti omwami oyo yafa. Bamutta, omwami Mugambwa bamukola ki? Bamutta. Ekyamuviirako okufa kubba ttaka lye. Ng'abali bali mu buyinza mubamanyi buki bulungi naye beeyita bannantakwatwako. N'essaawa eno balinaayina tewali abakola ki? Tewali abakwatako. Muzeeyi Mugambwa awummula mirembe naye essuubi lyaffe ery'okumalawo ekibbattaka mu Nakaseke ne Uganda yonna tuli mu President Robert Chagulanyi Ssentamu. Basawo ne bannyabo baatwerabira, batujjukizza, baatwerabira, batuleetedde enguudo mbi. Mundaba ndowooza bwenfaanana. President mulaba bwafaanana, kone bomulaba bwafaanana, none botamaguziimirirako babulabe bulungi. Alina n'obukookowe. Ago ge makubo ge batusasuddemu emyaka meka galinga ebikuute by'ente. Naye basawo ne bannyabo essuubi lyaffe lituli mu President Robert Chagulanyi Ssentamu. Basawo ne bannyabo mukkirize mugaane abasajja bano Nakaseke mu meka yaabwe ne Luweero batusasuddemu obwavu obw'ekika ekyawaggulu. President Robert Chagulanyi Ssentamu abantu baffe bano baavu, babafudde baavu, obwavu obw'ekigenderere. Kubanga musajja mukulu ow'ekikoofiira yagamba nti omuganga takola ki? Tafugika. Naye mu byonna President Robert Chagulanyi Ssentamu essuubi lyaffe lituli mu ggwe. Nga maliriza basawo ne bannyabo okoye ekibbattaka, okoye ekibbattaka kanoonye, okoye abaana baffe okufiira mu Buwarabu kalonde, okoye eddwaliro mutali ddagala kalonde. So President, njagala nkuloopere amalwaliro gaffe wano mu Nakaseke 24/7 tegabamu ddagala tewabayo bikozesebwa. Ne First Lady Bobi Chagulanyi bwe yajja wano mu Kikamulo Health Center okutuleetera ebitanda abakyala kwe bazaalira bamugoba tebamukkiriza bikola ki? Kubiteekayo. Naye mu lyonna essaawa yonna Uganda ekyusa obukulembeze, tube n'obukulembeze omukulembeze waffe amanyi abantu ate akulembeza abantu. Bagaliza akaseera akalungi nga mmaliriza era abakyala gye muli, abakyala gye muli, abakyala tukola ebitundu 52 ku 100 ku population y'eggwanga lyaffe Uganda. Twagala ebitundu 52 ku 100 fena tulondaani Ssaabasajja Kabaka awangaale.
Bampita Sama Uganda soko gendeko mu byafaayo byange
omubaka addako
bakunyonyole huwa mwayi
tumwanirize
yenze kabaka wa live Sama Uganda.
People power, our power. Amanya nedowoozi Kayanja Geoffrey okuva Ngoma ye Nakaseke North esayidi. Basawo ne bannyabo ndi musanyufu okubeera wano olwaleero. Mbadde mbasaba tutereeze mu lulimi kubanga baddemu ebbanga ddene. Bantu baffe tebaagala bayita balaalo. Kakati tufunye omukisa nti bakooye era bansimbise mbakiikirire emyaka 4 nga bawagira tebalina kye baddeemu. Essaawa zino bassebo ne bannyabo bakkiriza kubanga ne be bawagira tebalina kye bajjayo. Kwe kusindika Kayanja Jofuli. Nkuliddeyo mbaddeyo ninayo eddwaliro ndi musawo.
Okay, Buterevu abali ku mukutu badde susse nga eyingiranye mu simu yange. Okay, Buterevu abali ku mukutu gwa Sama Uganda nkube badde susse nga eyingiranye mu simu yange naye ngisimuddeko ku mazzi n'enkomawo. President bigambo bingi byayogedde. Mu mbuyaga, mu musana, mu masasi mu Ase. Okay, Buterevu abali ku mukutu gwa Sama Uganda nkube badde susse nga eyingiranye mu simu yange naye ngisimuddeko ku mazzi n'enkomawo. President bigambo bingi byayogedde eri abaana ba Buganda, baganda bange, bassebo ne bannyabo. President bigambo bingi byayogedde eri abaana ba Buganda, Buterevu enkuba mpitirivu nenyina okubaweereza kyeneewayo okukola. Enkuba mpitirivu naye nyina okubaweereza mu maaso ga President, mu mbuyaga, mu musana, mu masasi, mu nkuba neewayo okubaweereza. Yensonga lwaki mundabye bwe mbadde nga nfuna boola netambula mpola nga nzirusaawo ebigere. Mbeera bwetyo bweri mukutu gwa Sama Uganda, mukutu gwa Sama Uganda. Baganda bange, basebo ne bannyabo abaguliko, mukutu gwa Sama Uganda gwewayo kubaweereza mu buli mbeera, mu masasi, mu nkuba. Tuyitewako ase mukutu gwa Sama Uganda gwewayo kukuweereza mu buli mbeera, mukutu gwa sama Uganda baganda bange enkuba mpitirivu wanetagayo kubeini jaketi Boterev ochekumide ku mukutu gwa sama Uganda enkuba mpitirivu nga bwolengera naye ate nyina okuweereza bwetyo embeera bwe kyatambula mpola mpola ebigambo abigambe abaana ba Buganda banange nabasaba nenkugamba bw'otandaba ku Facebook TikTok mbeerayo nakibagamba era mbadde ku TikTok tuwaka ya Facebook yekyanze kino kibasabye ebbanga lyonna nembagamba mu following emikutu gyonna mbasabye ebbanga ddene nembagamba mu following emikutu gyonna Facebook bwegaana tulina TikTok naye mwagaana okiwulira baganda bange basebo ne banyabo abagwekumiddeko bwatyo pulezidenti bwatandise mpola mpola atuli mu Buganda basebo ne banyabo tusinzidde wano ku ttaka lya Buganda bwatyo embeera bweri President His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi yogolengera baganda bange mbaweereza bubi banange mbaweereza bubi mu buli mbeera mbaweereza bubi banange mu buli mbeera mbaweereza bataata bwetyo embeera bwe kyatambulirako ddala eyo ye mmotoka ya His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu mbeera bwetyo bwe kyatambula mpola mpola banange akati akakwata essimu konna kafunye konna kafunye nga mpita ku TikTok bambe mwebale nnyo mwenna okusobola okubeera nga mbaweereza malidade sana mu maaso ga His Excellency nga mbalaga embeera nga bwetambula baganda bange basebo ne bannyabo bwetyo enkuba yo esuse naye kubibaddewo tetusobola kumujjako cameras ku bye mulabyeko batomedde abaana bangi so tetusobola kumujjako kamera naye nga mbeera bwetyo bweri baganda bange basebo ne bannyabo ke katika ekibiriti kokka ke tuyina so we can't allow to lose it. We can't allow anybody to lose it. Okay, abana bankore abana bambara abana ba western mwena tuba baramusya abanyamunyanye abanyabuzare n'abanyamukago mwasiba mutabasibo ne banyabo obwiro obuntonda kubagambira ngo tujye mu Buganda tukuyisane turonda karuru akahiza Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu basabo na banjabo ninyenda kubagambira ngo mushisho gwe atari ansonga zeye nko muntu ari anshonga zihanga ryona nahenda kuhindura amashomero tugabone amarwa tugabone enkuto tuzibone nayenda iwe mama ryokwe kabara arinkahe arimbarara arinkahe omwana waba wamwoherezo mahe nayenda rugeyo yaba yagaruka haka aije no mwonyo aije kwevuga aije omanye ngo mwana wanje kuyise nahirize hangarye konka omwana naije haka akabe bizibu niwe ine bizibu ba mama twena kubagambira ngo mushishogwe takabasa kubata sento munsaho namazima takabasa konka naza kumekinga sure waba noza guro mwonyo omwonyo ne bazagushara gubero gwa sentence tambula omwonyo naza kugushara amashuta naza kugashara buli kimwe naza kukishara twabeshengereza mwaba mwamureba mu muronde tali anshonga zeyenka museveni ali anshonga zihanga waba tokumwenda gamba bana bawe omuseke garukaho bendo mushogo bagenzi tayine nshonga akabayine sente mushijogo go kureba konka akija aritwe akija kuturwanirira bagenzi mwikiriza twebembere bagenzi mwikiriza twabeshengereza twebembere boterevu ampita sama Uganda nkirize njogereko n'abantu bo mambuka abo mu western mbamaze achuni kukunyupini kwa chada kwa Kyagulanyi akwiri mikuchino kwa NRM kunkuchu kwa Kyagulanyi achudo kwa NRM achunumini kunu kwa cha NRM na PDM chununyu kuche abalimba kyengezako okuwanga mbagamba ko byemanyi abyesimanyi ate nemba ngambireka agamba nti nkulimba genda ko mu dictionary ayenze sama Uganda boterevu mbeera bwotyo bwe kyatambula atulinde his excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu baganda bange basebo ne bannyabo
check 1 2 oba mumpulira
mubeereko mbeera yo nzibu nnyo naye mubeereko banange ndi mu nkuba naye ngezaako okubaweereza baganda bange.
Alright, sawa zino tuli kwetegekera live olunaku olwaleero his excellence Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu agenda beera awo e Kavule e Makerere nga alaunchinga manifesto e Kavule ku kitebe kyaffe ekikulu. Kyoba okola sharinga live, likinga, commentinga. Wano ndigezaako kubaterayo sound just naye nga tugenda beerako paka. Thank you so much abaliko
banange nga kyakutedda gabadde masavu merere mbeera bwetyo bwe kyatambulirako ddala muganda wange atugoberera nkuba mpitirivu naye nze ndiwo okukuweereza waffe essuubi lyaffe bambi. Thank you so much mwena abansupportinga Mama mbebaza banange. Thank you so much, thank you very much bambi mwebale nnyo
1 2 check 1 2. All right
esimbyewo abantu mawanga ag'enjawulo mbalamusiza nnyo mwenna abatulabira mu mawanga ag'enjawulo nga mwe mutulaba nga mumaze nga muli mu kukola mirimu ne muteeka kumuwuliriza. Thank you so much, mwebale kumpuliriza. Nenjagala okukulalifayinga omusajja gwe bayita Keke. Kusapotinga songa yankyukakyuka bwetyo embeera bwe kyatambula kibu wabula buzibu bwomwinako mu president buterevu abali ku mukutu gwa sama Uganda nkube badde esusse nga eyingira nnyo mu simu yange naye gisimuddeko ku mazzi nenkomawo president bigambo bingi byayogedde eri abaana ba Buganda baganda bange basaba ne banyabo president bigambo bingi
Bobi, Kyagulanyi
tuligezaako bategekera live nga His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu alaunchinga manifesto wali e Makerere e Kavule muganda wange.
Olwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi olwanira ntebe kwate mundu olwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi olwanira ntebe munna Uganda tulwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi tulwanira ntebe kwate kikopo olwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi olwanira ntebe kwate fumo Bobi Kyagulanyi Kyagulanyi Bobi Kyagulanyi people power our power people power our power people power tukoye busoso zendala tukoye chipata katuchikoye tukoye kubaka lulu tukoye makomera gamwe tukoye mutulangira bulikade mutulangira mujije wala Uganda mutulangira we mututa mutulangira mu malwaliro mutulangira kubendo ngeno gwejitambuza bune seno kanwanira siyange kafuka sadaka wanange.
Tuli kwetegekera manifesto ya His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu gyagenda okutulaunchingira wano e Makerere e Kavule. Yes my brother, wasuze otya? Good morning.
People power, our power, people power, our power, people power. Bobi, Kyagulanyi, Kyagulanyi, Bobi, Kyagulanyi, people power.
Chobo kola tambuza live sharing a live twetegekera manifesto ya His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu.
Wabwefuneko bwatyo president watandike mpola
Tuli kwetegekera manifesto ya His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. It's what we are on.
Fetwagala ntebe ya Kyagulanyi fetwagala ntebe ya Bobi tulwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi tulwanira ntebe ya Bobi olwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi olwanira ntebe kwate mundu olwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi olwanira ntebe munna Uganda tulwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi tulwanira ntebe kwate kikopo olwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi olwanira ntebe kwate fumo Bobi Kyagulanyi Kyagulanyi Bobi Kyagulanyi people power our power people power our power people power tukoye busoso zendala tukoye chipata katuchikoye tukoye kubaka lulu tukoye makomera gamwe tukoye mutulangira bulikade mutulangira mujije wala Uganda mutulangira we mututa mutulangira mu malwaliro mutulangira kubendo ngeno gwejitambuza bune.
Tuli kwetegekera manifesto ya His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu wano e Makerere e Kavule wagenda okubeera nga launchingira manifesto. Good morning. Chobo okola sharing commenting amanye nti kwemuli YouTube wagwani
Kyagulanyi Bobi Kyagulanyi people power our power people power our power
chuka. Good morning. Twetekekera Manifesto ya His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu today. Wane Makerere Kavule. Wow. Sharing, liking, commenting.
People power, our power, our power. People power, people power, our power, our power. People power. Fetwagala tebe ya Kyagulanyi, fetwagala tebe ya Bobi. Tulwanira tebe ya Kyagulanyi, tulwanira tebe ya Bobi. Kwagabako, olwanira tebe ya Kyagulanyi, olwanira tebe.
Mubereko mbera y'obufunyo naye mube
tulwanira tebe kwata ekikopo olwanira tebe ya Kyagulanyi olwanira tebe kwata fumo Bobi Kyagulanyi Kyagulanyi Bobi Kyagulanyi people power our power people power our power people power tukoye busoso z'eddala tukoye kibataka tukoye okubba kalulu tukoye
Kugambye twetekekera Manifesto ya His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu gwena ali e Bulaaya. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon okusinziira mu nsi mw'oli.
mutulangira we mututa mutulangira mu malwaliro mutulangira kubendo ngeno gwegitambuza bunaseeno kanwanira si yange kafuuka sadaka wanange Bobi Kyagulanyi Kyagulanyi Bobi Kyagulanyi people power our power people power our power people power Bobi Kyagulanyi Kyagulanyi Bobi Kyagulanyi people power our power people power our power people power.
Bameka abeetegese okuwuliriza Manifesto ya His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu President e Makerere e Kavule waneeno we tugenda okubeera.
Bobi Kyagulanyi Kyagulanyi Bobi Kyagulanyi people power our power people power our power people
Namugambye twetegekera manifesto ya His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu wano e Kavule e Makerere today. Sharing alive, sharing alive, sharing alive. We are getting ready. President atandika soon. Tanatandika.
People power, our power, our power, people power. Tukoye busoso zendala tukoye, tukoye, tukoye chipata katu tukoye, tukoye, tukoye kubaka lulu tukoye, tukoye, tukoye makomera kamwe tukoye, tukoye. Mutulangira bulikade mutulangira, mujije wala Uganda mutulangira, mutulangira we mututa mutulangira, mutulangira mu malwaliro mutulangira kubendo ngeno kwejitamuze bunebuna seno kanwanira siyange kafuka sadaka wanange Bobi Kyagulanyi Bobi Kyagulanyi Bobi Kyagulanyi people power, our power, our power, people power, people power, our power, people power. Bobi Kyagulanyi Bobi Kyagulanyi Bobi Kyagulanyi Bobi Kyagulanyi people power, our power, people power, people power, our power, people power.
Twetegekera manifesto ya His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu wano e Makerere e Kavule. So buli alikomanya omulama gwa manifesto today. Yep.
Oisikia kangunga ne moshi wa kunga Bobi Kyagulanyi Bobi Kyagulanyi Bobi Kyagulanyi people.
Thank you so much for commenting. Bamwise byonna byaragasi. Thanks live streaming, watching from Bushenyi. Thank you so much. We are getting ready for the manifesto of His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu today, right now, in a few minutes.
Tulwanira ntebe ya Bobi Wagaboko olwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi olwanira ntebe kwate mundu olwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi olwanira ntebe munna Uganda tulwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi tulwanira ntebe kwate kikopo olwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi olwanira ntebe kwate fumo Bobi Kyagulanyi
Bajja kawulira akaliro TV wezigaana otulaga ffe tujja bikola. Production yenna tumutegeera ffe abaana ba Nupu. Never say never. Yeah.
People power, our power, people power. Tukoye busoso zendala tukoye, tukoye chipata katu tukoye, tukoye kubaka lulu tukoye, tukoye makomera kamwe tukoye, mutulangira bulikade mutulangira, mujije wala Uganda mutulangira, mutulangira we mututa mutulangira, mutulangira mu malwaliro mutulangira kubendo ngeno kwejitamuze bunebuna seno kanwanira siyange kafuka sadaka wanange Bobi Kyagulanyi Bobi Kyagulanyi Bobi Kyagulanyi people power, our power, people power, people power, our power, people power. Bobi Kyagulanyi
Just stay on. Tuliku manifesto ya His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu today.
Bobi people power, our power, people power, people power, our power, people power.
anyone asking what is going on, tuli ku manifesto ya His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Center today. Yes, it's what we are on. Gwe mulamwa today His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Center agenda launching a manifesto wali e Kavule e Makerere.
Ya Kyagulanyi olwanira ntebe munna Uganda tulwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi tulwanira ntebe kwata ekikopo olwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi olwanira ntebe kwata fumo Bobi 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 Kyagulanyi Bobi Kyagulanyi Bobi 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 Kyagulanyi Bobi Kyagulanyi Bobi people power our power people power people power our power people power tukoye busoso zendala tukoye chipata katuchikoye tukoye kubaka lulu tukoye makomera kamwe tukoye mutulangira bulikate mutulangira mujije wala Uganda mutulangira we mututa mutulangira mu malwaliro mutulangira kubendo ngeno gwajikamuza buna seno kanwanira siyange kavuka sadaka wanambe Bobi Kyagulanyi Bobi Kyagulanyi Bobi Bobi Kyagulanyi Bobi people power our power people power our power people power Bobi Kyagulanyi Bobi Kyagulanyi Bobi Kyagulanyi Bobi Kyagulanyi Bobi people power our power people power.
President launching a manifesto ye wano e Makerere e Kavule today. So chituli ku mulamwa ye live stream eno gye tugenda right now okubanga tukuleetera buli kimu live and clear. Yeah.
Osika kankunga ne moshi wakunga Bobi Kyagulanyi
Someone is asking when the rally is beginning. The rally is resuming. The rally is resuming on Monday. Yeah, Monday.
people power our power people power fetwagala ntebe ya Kyagulanyi fetwagala ntebe ya Bobi tulwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi tulwanira ntebe ya Bobi olwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi olwanira ntebe kwate mundu olwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi olwanira ntebe munna Uganda tulwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi tulwanira ntebe kwate ekikopo olwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi olwanira ntebe kwate fumo Bobi Kyagulanyi Kyagulanyi Bobi Kyagulanyi people power our power people power our power people power tukoye busoso zendala tukoye chipata katuchikoye tukoye kubaka lulu tukoye makomera kamwe tukoye mutulangira bulikate mutulangira mujije wala Uganda mutulangira we mututa mutulangira mu malwaliro mutulangira kubendo ngeno gwajikamuza buna seno.
Just make sure you share the live. Someone is asking if manifesto launch, what about in Busoga? No, okay, kintu kya buvunanyizibwa nnyo kubanga ya launchingibwa e Busoga. But then wano it is the office. Remember, it is the head office. I just don't know how to explain it to you, but politically it is mandatory okubanga okikola kubanga kibanga kintu kya I just don't know how to explain it, but just know it has to happen, and it is going to start soon. But just caught up with technical issues. Tunatandika bulungi.
Our power, people power, people power, our power, people power.
Kuwabantu ba wansi sabalina okutuusa
I want to confirm if we are back on air. Tubadde tuvuddeko network issues. Are we back? Ogambye sound. Are we back? Tell me. Tell me if we are back on air. Abambuza what we are on, we are just getting ready. Manifesto agenda ba launchingibwa soon His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu at Kavule kuchitebe kwenyenenyene. I tell you this, kuchitebe. Yeah, thank you so much. Okubanga kwoli share.
Our power, people power, people power. Our power, people power. Bobi, Bobi.
Someone has corrected me. It is not Manifesto launch. It is unpacking. Yeah, it is unpacking. Yeah, it is unpacking, not launch. Thank you. Thank you so much. Share the live. Enamba y'essimu gye mutaddeko oba olina kiripu oba obujulizi bwonna bw'olina abaserikale bye bakoleyo, you can share, or if you want to support anything, that is the number. Thank you so much. Yep. Let me hope everything is okay. Sound buli kimu mazo be preparing amba tuseke ekintu nga tewali kyekwata. Is everything okay? Share the live, share the live, share the live. Ngugambye enamba y'essimu oteekako obujulizi bwonna. Omusirikale akoze eki, you share on that number. Biki you share that number. For any support, again that number. Thank you. Yes, please. Ndigezako preparing ekifaananyi kiti kigenda kujja soon. Soon kijja. Banange, remember ku ballot paper tutikinga umbrella. Robert, kuliko Robert ku ballot paper ya president, but when you see the umbrella, you take Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu umbrella. You get my point? Thank you so much for that. Mwena abaliko kambatumireko Lukanga Agustin Bionavye Biaragasi Lukanga Agustin Andrew Kamama Andrew Kawat Andrew, your name is hard, eh? Yeah, so guys, respect for all aspect. Share the live, share the live. Saka tukendele. Manifesto coming soon. Manifesto coming soon. Yeah. What should I fix in sound? Yeah, tell me. I fix Manifesto starting soon. Unpacking Manifesto. Let me split for you this. Unpacking the Manifesto.
Fetwagala ntebe ya Bobi tulwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi tulwanira ntebe ya Bobi olwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi olwanira ntebe
ngambye nkozesanya oluzungu oluganda lugamba nti tugenda kwetekera ku unpacking sikimanyi mu luganda manifesto ya His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu akabonero umbrella wano Kavule ku kitebe ekikulu sawa zino lwe lugendo lutulimu olwa manifesto ono bamuyise Namuganze Irene agambye inze James Katiba Kumbya Ruka Amon. Thank you so much. Share the live. Njala tuyingira abantu 50+ enamba nkugambye gwene yakegattako owerezako obujulizi bwonna poliisi ekoze eki bani bakoze eki you send that number oba oyina support yonna gyoyagala okuwa still the number. Thank you so much. James, I'm sorry okuyita erinnya eryo anti kati gweoyingirira mu akaunti ya mukyala kati tukoze tutya bana mwena. Thank you so much abali ku share the live manifesto gye twetegekera wide mba njagala ogibawa naye ate baba bagenda kumbuuza tuli kuki kati mumbulire mbaye wide oba ngira mbalekerayo eyo screen eri edi split
ya Kyagulanyi fe twagala ntebe ya Bobi tulwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi tulwanira ntebe ya Bobi olwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi olwanira ntebe kwate mundu olwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi olwanira ntebe munna Uganda tulwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi tulwanira ntebe kwate ekikopo olwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi olwanira ntebe kwate fumo Bobi Kyagulanyi Kyagulanyi Bobi Kyagulanyi people power our power people power people power our power people power tukoye busoso z'eddala tukoye kibataka tukoye okubba kalulu tukoye amakomera gammwe tukoye mutulangira buli kadde mutulangira mujijje wala Uganda mutulangira we mututta mutulangira mu malwaliro mutulangira kubendongeno gwegitambuza bunebunaseno kanwanira si yange kafuuka sadaka wanange Bobi Kyagulanyi Kyagulanyi Bobi Kyagulanyi people power our power people power our power people power Bobi Kyagulanyi Kyagulanyi Bobi Kyagulanyi people power our power people power people power
waliwo antereezezzaamu nti kitegeeza okusabuukulula manifesto yes olunaku olwaleero tugenda batusabuukulula manifesto eya National Unity Platform eya President waffe Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu tubadde tulina okutandika ku ssaawa 5 but we just got issues obimanyi ebya poliisi obudde basooka ne bakwata omanyi poliisi eyagala kukola bi house arrest byebirwisaayo katono president but ye president ali safe wadde poliisi tesobola right now because talina kyakoze. So tugenda sabukula manifesto ya His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu nziramu obajjukiza ekintu kino eyo enamba gy'olaba ku screen si ya kusupportinga kyokka. Poliisi weekola ekintu kyonna weereza kiripu kweyo enamba eyo kiripu egenda tuuka mu bakulu egenda tambula ew'enjawulo egenda genda ew'enjawulo oweerezaako obujulizi bwonna. This time around ebintu tubikuttemu bulala siffe but bakama baffe aba National Unity Platform babikuttemu bulala nti balina okutereeza buli kimu. So enamba teekako obujulizi bwonna poliisi ekoze eki baani bakoze baani ebyo tuweerezaako obutali bujulizi mpozi n'ekirala woba olina support gy'oyagala oweereza that is the number. Thank you so much gwena aliko sharinga live. Yasini Hidaya thank you so much webale nnyo Nantale Maria ontereezezza mu kigambo oko unpacking it is okusaba okulula kiyizi
kanwanira si yange kafuuka sadaka wanange Bobi 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 Kyagulanyi Bobi Kyagulanyi Bobi 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 Kyagulanyi Bobi Kyagulanyi Bobi people power our power people power people power our power people power Bobi 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 Kyagulanyi Bobi Kyagulanyi Bobi 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 Kyagulanyi Bobi Kyagulanyi Bobi people power our power people power people power our power people power
mukomenting endaba bakwemuli muyinza okusirika omuntu yenna eyakajja kyengezako kugamba nti leero tuli mu kusaba okulula manifesto ya His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu wano e Kavule. Yes, obudde butukuttemu but we are coming anytime from now. Tujja feed zijja
people power our power people power
sharing a subscribing agwatana subscribing channel yaffe eri bagitwala bagihakinga kati ne tuggulawo eno mu mannya amalala wenaddamu okula tugenda kuzzaayo erinnya liri mu mannya abasinga manyi channel gye basembe otwala channel y'enkyukakyuka
Olwanira ntebe kwate mundu ng'olwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi olwanira ntebe munnayuganda tulwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi tulwanira ntebe kwate ekikopo olwanira ntebe ya Kyagulanyi olwanira ntebe kwate fumo Bobi Bobi Kyagulanyi Kyagulanyi
ekirala nsa kunsaasira mu nsonyiwe spelling ya umbrella entawaanya ekigambo umbrella kyekyo wano wansi wa poster president wentadde londa umbrella kyekyo ekigambo ekituufu oba
people power people power tukoye busosoze ddala tubukoye tukoye ekibataka tukikoye tukoye okubba akalulu tukoye amakomera gammwe tukoye mutulangira buli kadde mutulangira mujijje wala Uganda mutulangira we mututta mutulangira mu malwaliro mutulangira kubendongeno bwegitambuza kune
protestvote. No. It is manifesto kusaba okulula. Yes, manifesto unpacking. Yeah, it's what we are on today, right now. Yes.
People power, our power, people power.
Share the live. Bana njagala mbajjukiza ekintu kino. Kuluno tulina beera bakambo kuuma akalulu. Weereza obujulizi bwonna kweyo kiripu. Oba bakutenya eki, oba temu buli kimu kigenda kuggwa. Obujulizi kweye namba. For any support again kweye namba. Buli kimu ye namba. Naye tokuba kubanga oba oyingira network yaffe.
Bobi, Chagulanyi, Chagulanyi, Bobi, Chagulanyi, Chagulanyi, people power, our power, people power, our power, people power. Fetwagala ntebe ya Chagulanyi, fetwagala ntebe ya Bobi, tulwanira ntebe ya Chagulanyi, tulwanira ntebe ya Bobi, olwanira ntebe ya Chagulanyi, olwanira ntebe
manifesto launch ya His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. Yes. Is the sound okay? Is the sound okay? Please tell me, is the sound okay? Is the sound okay?
Bobi, 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 Kyagulanyi, Kyagulanyi, Bobi, 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 Kyagulanyi, Kyagulanyi, people power, our power, people power, our power.
I'll just say this just to not to.
Is the sound okay?
It was President Obama in 2004 who said that citizens don't expect the government to do everything for them. Our people are hardworking, they are talented, they are paying their taxes. All they need from us is a government that can just create an environment which enables them to realize their full potential, which can utilize their taxes to work for them. And so here the manifesto we're unpacking for you is not that all your problems are going to be solved per se, or that we are going to give you everything that you want. But we can at least guarantee that our government will create an enabling environment, which means that a talented young man from Kamwacha can rise to be the next icon of us on the African continent or in the world. Yes, that it is possible to leave your university and have a job that gives you dignity, not because it's the only thing you can settle for. So thank you so much. We ask you to please broaden and allow yourself to imagine what is going to happen after 2026. So this is how it's going to flow. Each priority area will have 5 minutes, and we encourage each of us to keep our questions. We shall ask the questions at the end of the general presentations. So we will have the presentation in how they are ordered within the manifesto. What that looks like is that number one on the priority list is going to be what is presented. So the first priority point we have in our manifesto is on freedom and constitutionalism. And it is going to be presented by our party General Secretary, Honorable Lumbuyefred David. Mr. General Secretary, allow me to invite you to take us through the first priority point. Let's welcome him.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, comrade leaders present today. We are here to unpack the NUP manifesto, and I'm here to talk about our manifesto priority 1, which is about restoring constitutionalism, human rights, and the rule of law. First of all, what is the problem in Uganda? The problem in Uganda today is governance. Uganda does not have any other problem except governance. All problems that we have in Uganda today can be summarized in one word: the failure of governance. Uganda ranks 126 out of 142 countries on the rule of law index. So you can imagine Uganda beats just very, very few countries in the world in terms of respect for the rule of law and human rights. That is terrible. In Uganda, media rights are not respected. Journalists and media practitioners are regularly harassed. There are enforced disappearances in Uganda. Up to now, we are looking for 18 people who were abducted by the Museveni regime in the last election. Yesterday, the president delegated me to attend a briefing ceremony for one of the children of Damulila John, who had disappeared in 2020, and up to now, he has never surfaced. And as you know, our Kenyan brothers, 2 of them were picked on the campaign trail on the 1st of October. Up to now, nobody knows where they are. Sam Mugumia, who was abducted from Barara, is still missing, and many other people. What is the other problem? Due process and legal environment. Many people can tell you in Uganda that if you're poor, you're not going to get justice in the courts of law. If you go to courts of law and you don't have money, you are sure that the person who has money is going to beat you at your case, no matter how good case you have. That is why people say, Omwavu tasinga musango. Electoral integrity. That in Uganda today, many citizens out there will tell you everywhere we go, because there is no electoral integrity. People go and vote. You saw what happened in Kayunga, where the regime just took over and declared whatever they wanted. The other problem related to governance is, of course, corruption. The breakdown of constitutional order. In the 1995 Constitution, it provides that the Constitution would be durable. Unfortunately, every time the Constitution has stood in Mr. Museveni's path, he just kicks it down the road, uses the military, usurps Parliament, bribes Parliament, and takes over the functions and amends the Constitution illegally, and the Parliament, of course, the judiciary have been weakened very, very strongly. And there's a deliberate attack on civil society. You all recall that a few years ago, over 5,000 NGOs which were dealing with governance issues were closed down by the Museveni regime. I can go on and on and on talking about the problems, but before telling you what NUP is going to do, I wanted us to get to know the problem. Now, what is NUP promising? Number one,
share the live,
to restore term limits in our constitution. NUP will not only restore term limits, but it will entrench them. And any president who will attempt to remove term limits will be charged with treason. It will be a treasonable offense to try to remove the mandatory term limits from the Constitution of Uganda under the National Unity Platform. Number two, in accordance with the Supreme Court decision, NUP is going to remove that UPDF amendment which took civilians back to military courts. Civilians will not be tried in military courts whatsoever. Number three, like the president said on the trail, the first action he will take once elected president of Uganda is to free all political prisoners. Now, you people who are watching us are the reason why those prisoners will be in prison after the election day. Because if you vote for NUP, all political prisoners, beginning with Dr. Chiza Besigye, Machete, Eddie Mutwe, Achireo, Gaddafi, and the Karamajong, who have been taken to those prisons and are not being tried for no crime whatsoever, will be freed immediately. Meaning that a vote for NUP is a vote to free all political prisoners. The media who are here today under NUP, no security forces, no police officer will interfere with the work of journalists in the new Uganda. Journalists will be free to do their role without fearing what will happen when they go back home. Under NUP, the president will not appoint the Electoral Commission. The powers to appoint the Electoral Commission will be taken away from the president. First of all, we are going to bring about separation of powers. Parliament will be independent, the judiciary will be independent, and therefore there will be organs. There will be a committee, a separate committee dealing with this, and the final approval coming from Parliament. So, the powers to appoint the Electoral Commission, because we all know that that is one of the biggest problems we have today, where one of the candidates is the one who is appointing the Electoral
Manifesto.
But also the appointment of judicial officers, including the Chief Justice and the Deputy Chief Justice and all other judicial officers. That power will move out from the president. As you all know right now in Uganda, all judges from the Supreme Court, Court of Appeal, Constitutional Court, and the High Court, all of them have been appointed by one man called General Museveni. That is why many of them feel emboldened to him. That is why many of them feel indebted to him to do what is against the Constitution and what is against the judicial oath. But we believe that if the president is not the one appointing judicial officers, then judicial officers are going to do their function independently and serve the citizens of Uganda. In the new Uganda, there will be no internet shutdowns. Facebook will be restored. You will not need to be on VPN to access Facebook. UCC will no longer have powers to switch on the internet when they feel like. That one will not happen in the new Uganda. the civil society, NGOs and others will be allowed to function. We are going to have merit-based appointments. In the new Uganda, it will not depend on where you come from, what is the size of your nose, how old you are, where you come from, to get a job. In the new Uganda, you will get a job based on merit. You will get a job across the board. So that is how we plan to restore constitutionalism and the rule of law. We are going to remove all oppressive laws from the law books that we have, and very, very finally, we are going to have lifestyle audits as part of our fight against corruption. If you are serving the government, you must tell us where the money you're using is coming from, because we want to make sure that the money of the citizens is used to fight for the rights of the people and not for personal aggrandizement.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much once again, Mr. SG. I think that's a very clear plan about how we are going to undo the shrinking space that we enjoy as a country. I just want to let you know that it is possible to access this manifesto on the party official social media platforms, on the party website. Please look for it and be able to read some of the things that may not be captured in these short presentations. Having said that, allow me welcome the leader of opposition, our party spokesperson, to present the second priority area, which is on ending corruption and wasteful expenditure. Thank you.
Thank you. This reminds me of our school debating days, where you're given 5 minutes to hammer the point. I'll attempt to do that. Our manifesto priority area number 2 is ending corruption and wasteful government expenditure, one of the biggest quandaries we have in our country. Let me paint a picture for you quickly. Our national debt currently is 116 trillion shillings. That's how much you and I owe. That means every Ugandan, including the baby that was born this morning, owes 2.5 million shillings. Every single Ugandan, including those who have never seen that kind of money. That's how bad it is. We've got undisbursed loans, money that is borrowed, and it sits on accounts unutilized for a very long period, and yet we have got to pay interest on that. That has got to end. We want to plan for our country efficaciously, and it's possible for us to be able to do that. As you know, some of the borrowed money is stolen. We have a debt rollover, which we accumulate annually. That's money that we borrow and we are unable to pay. Domestic arrears. There's something called domestic arrears when government, ordinary people do business with government and government doesn't pay. That figure is 14 trillion shillings. People who supply food to government, ministries, departments, and so on, who do construction work, ordinary Ugandan people, 14 trillion shillings. These people borrow money from the bank so that they can do this government job, and government doesn't pay. So businesses are crumbling, local businesses. Meanwhile, we have foreign investors who come here. They are guaranteed land, they're given free land, tax holidays, they're guaranteed money. Pineti, I don't know, whoever, Rocco, was given 200 plus billion shillings. Atiak Sugar Factory, 600 billion shillings. Day Biopharma. These guys who promised to put together a COVID vaccine, 723 billion shillings. That nonsense is going to stop under our leadership. So that we focus on the ordinary Ugandan. There's no reason why our roads cannot be built by these young engineers who graduate. It's something that we should be able to do, but you bring foreigners here, they consume all the money, including the freebies that we give them. Look, we have got a lot of poor planning that happens, something that we want to eliminate. Every year, we have several schedules of supplementary budgets, up to about 5 trillion shillings. Now, supplementary is supposed to be a bigwa bitalazi.
Let me hope sound kwali, chukila wano simanya chiriyeyo. Let me hope sound kwali bulungi. Yeah, share the live. A number take a call Julize yeri ku screen. If you want, you can send any support. Thank you.
Over 2 billion shillings per day. Their annual budget is exhausted in the first quarter, in 3 months. That's a reality, always. In the first 3 months, their entire 12 months budget is exhausted. Then they come back to Parliament for supplementary budgets. That nonsense has got to stop, and we intend to stop it. We have extensively talked about corruption. We know that on an annual basis we lose 10 trillion shillings per year to theft. Those are hospitals, those are schools, those are roads that are stolen on an annual basis. Our government intends to make it risky for anyone to steal taxpayers' money. I know there are people who have said, and I know folks in the Inspectorate of Government, they say our challenge is our people are not morally upright. That's why there's a lot of stealing that happens. Man is inherently evil. Look, governments elsewhere, countries elsewhere where there's not as much corruption, it's not because their people are morally upright and good. No, government has made it risky to steal. You steal taxpayers' money, we lock you up. So that others pick a lesson and know you cannot touch taxpayers' money. So we don't want to always talk about corruption like these folks. You will see action. Finally, we intend to eliminate taxes on essential items like menstrual products, scholastic materials, and school data bundle. We were debating this issue sometime in Parliament, and there was a young lady, I now hear she's going to run for woman MP. She's the current youth MP, Buganda. Now I hear she wants to represent the people of Luweero as woman MP. She said, no, let's not reduce taxes on Pampers, because when we reduce taxes on Pampers, we shall be promoting homosexuality. I said, did this one even go to school? How do you reason that way? Anyway, for us, we want to practically do that so that it is accessible by our ordinary people, by the poor people whom we must be able to bolster. Here is the catch. We want to introduce a paid tax threshold of 1 million shillings. That means, for those of you that are employed in the formal sector, because currently for as long as you earn anything above 249,000, you are in the tax bracket, you must pay tax. For us, we are saying no. Anyone who earns below 1 million shillings, we are not going to tax that money. That is your money. So the tax threshold is going to be 1 million shillings. Anything below 1 million shillings, that is your money. Use it to better yourself as an individual. That works a lot better than, we have been seeing.
Can someone please tell me sound bulungi? Share the live, guys. Share the live.
Yes, we want to bolster our people, and you'll be seeing many of those programs where we can bolster the ordinary.
President wali atuuse ndoza mulaba ku screen wali ateredde
in the local people's businesses. But we begin that by lessening the tax burden on our ordinary folks. That's something that we want to do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our party spokesperson. Now, this country seems to have a lot of divisions. We've had governments which pity us against each other, people from regions versus the other regions. But we are one people, we are Uganda, and that's why in our third priority point, we talk about national unity. We have a deliberate plan to make sure all of us live in this country united. I'll invite Mr. Fred and Mr. Court George to talk about national unity, which is part and parcel of our party, but also part of our manifesto. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, the President and everybody gathered here today. My name is William Okoit. I am one of those presenting priority number 3 that states that we as a country must focus on consolidating our national unity. We come from a country that has a history of war. If you're very much aware, every part of this country, including Central, had at least 1 or 3 rebel groups. While all these rebel groups existed, they did not fight an individual. They were all fighting for leadership for everybody in this country. We have consumed fabricated history and distorted lies in a way that they tell us it is NRA that brought peace to the country. It is a lie. There were more than NRA groups that were fighting for peace. They simply lied the other varring parties to come together and drop their guns, gave their leaders offices like General Ali and others. Even us in Teso, we have them. They gave them positions so that they can tell their followers to stop. After they stopped, they were never compensated, they were never empowered, they were ravished in poverty. And that was done so that they can consolidate power in one person who we all know. And they told us, they gave us peace. They simply silenced guns. Other regions, I want to give an example of Teso. Teso, with the war that we went through, we lost our backbone economy, which was the cattle economy. We expected that when a government that is concerned of its own people takes over, the first thing they were supposed to do is to make sure that we, the people of Teso, are sat down and given an opportunity to forgive one another, reflect on their future, and concert their effort in developing the area while government is supporting them. As the National Unity Platform, this is our commitment and promise. We cannot arrive at a consolidated country peacefully without truth-telling. So as a government, we commit to establish a truth, a conciliation, and a justice desk. And here we are demanding that as a country, can we come together? If you know you are responsible for having committed an atrocity, come forth and tell us what happened, not the lies. Ugandans value forgiveness. Ugandans value unity. We assume that somebody cannot forgive you unless you start by telling the truth. So we are saying as a government, first and foremost, we want to put that desk in place so that we track all the sources and the causes of why we went into war and therefore forge a way forward. Number two, as a government, we are saying, can we put in place at least a rehabilitation program? One beginning with psychotherapy rehabilitation. Because we cannot be able to think straight when all of us are suffering from post-trauma disorder syndrome. The syndrome is caused by direct face of traumatic events like war. That is the reason as to why they will never arrest an NUP member peacefully. They want to beat them up, bring the tortured one so that you can see, so that psychologically you suffer PTDS altogether. They want to make sure, because you know, PST is transferable through your gene. For us in Teso, people fear to face government because our parents transferred the gene of fear and trauma to us genetically. So we are saying as a government, we are putting in place a program to see how best we can de-escalate trauma in the mind of our people. I thank you. I give Jogo the chance.
Mr. Coit, we really come from war-torn areas because the energy you put on the mic, you just know these are people from war-torn areas. Because you have been crying for long, now you have the energy. I hope I'm not going to be also another one. Dear President and comrades present, my name is Jago Fred, aspiring for MP for Kidum Municipality. When I was contacted to come and present on how reparations on war-torn areas can be done in the new government, I asked myself, how am I going to dress? Should I dress like a person coming from a war-ravaged area? Or should I dress like a person of a new Uganda? And I decided to dress like a person of a new Uganda. Because in the new Uganda, you don't need to look like your problem. In a new Uganda, no one should look at you and say, look at that bakoko. I learned this vocabulary because of teaching in Kampala for 6 years.
Mwagala mbavunule mu Luganda, ngenda bivunula. Soke tuwulirize, ngenda bivunula.
And a group of people putting on round hats and holding sticks entered the bus. If you were supposed to be there and listen to the whispers, of people in the bus said, they are there, they are passing. Yes, those are the balalos who came to steal our land. Those are the ones. I looked at myself. Really? In a new Uganda? We still look at somebody's dressing and we believe we can judge them because of the way we look? This is going to change in a new Uganda because of the promises that I'm going to enumerate now. 1, we are going to end sectarianism and tribalism completely in Uganda. We are going to make sure that you are judged by the level of your brain, your competence. This issue of technical no, should stop, but we should go back to technical no, ow. You still remember that in your primary? Technical no, ow. We used to cram that. But these days it has changed. You need to know a certain language. No wonder a certain general called MK said he's going to teach our comrades a certain language that I don't even want to mention, because he is just weaponizing innocent people who have nothing to do with their government. That is a family rule. To conclude, I want to say we are going to have equal pay for equal work. Teachers are striking. I want to tell you, in Central here, you are lucky. From Monday to Friday, you get children still going to school. Why? Because their parents can pay school fees. From my village, children have not seen teachers for close to 25 days now. And teachers, the leaders of these teachers are moving around saying we are talking with government. Talking with government? Up to when? Elections are coming. Why don't they use this time for election to pay them if possible? So I'm sending fellow teachers in Uganda. If there has never been a time you want to vote Museveni out, this is the time, because you have not been paid. Let me talk about national unity. We are going to organize national unity festivals and social cohesion functions, where if we are going to dance at the headquarters here, we are going to see Imbalo, we are going to see La Raka Raka, we are going to see Baksimba, we are going to see Otole, we are going to see Ajosi from Teso, we are going to bring the Karamojongs to jump here, we are going to have all kinds of dance. So because it is called National Unity Platform. Thank you so much. To conclude, we are going to empower.
Okay, we are going to interpret. Tugenda bichusa tubivunule. Soke tuwulirize. Ngenda bivunula nga tumaze.
Wesley Mumbere, who was punished by the government for close to 6 years. He never stepped on his soil because he was telling the truth. In the new Uganda, traditional institutions are going to have their autonomy. Traditional institutions are going to be empowered, and this will work throughout the country. They are not going to be used simply to support the government in power, but to tell the truth to power. Thank you so much, comrades. Afoy matek luakme choli lango karmojong ke West Nile. Machalo National Unity Platform NUP. Watika wajoni gamente manyen papati enini. Obenero ni apoga matie Uganda makanat manyang kole kinerni umebo. Ka chole kinerni chol. Ka karmojong kinerni komechol beberu pe Uganda. Igamente manyen pa National Unity Platform. Wabenero ni lufonye kichulugi mabe. Wako fonye lutino. In Buganda we say abana basome, right? Children are going to go to school. Thank you so much. I continue. Go on. Thank you so much. Hey, my transfer has started coming to go back to Kidgum.
Thank you so much. When you go back, tell them we love them so much too. That said, before we have the next priority area discussed, our alumni from the School of Leadership are preparing a skit for us. So after the next presentation, let's prepare our minds to welcome them to present their skit. Having said that, I think the discussion around teachers not teaching and poor quality education takes us to our next priority area, which is access to quality public services.
All right, tuli mukusobola okubanga tusaba okula manifesto ya His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu wano e Kavule ku National Unity Platform. sharinga likinga live eno weggwa ffe tetugenda kugimala, tugenda kuvunula muwulire omwana oyo.
People power, our power, NUP, and everywhere, even here in the new Uganda. Mr. President, the Secretary General, the Leader of Opposition, all leaders present, and the general public of Uganda, good afternoon to you all. My name is Dr. Shamim Nambasa, and I'll be presenting with Dr. Judith Nalukwago on priority number 4. And for priority number 4, we are saying that as the National Unity Platform, one of the things that we are going to put emphasis on is access to quality public services. When we talk about public services, we are talking health, we are talking education, we are talking clean water, we are talking transport, we are talking infrastructure. When we look at our health system at the moment, you'll find that out of all the districts in Uganda, about 82 districts lack a general public hospital. Ladies and gentlemen, we are saying that out of 2,100 plus sub-counties in this country, over 1,696 lack a health center for. If we have all those districts that do not have health centers, where are our people going to go when they fall sick? Recently, we saw Chris Bariomusi fall sick in his own constituency, but there wasn't a single hospital that could attend to him. He had to send for a helicopter to come and airlift him from his constituency, from the people that he represents, to be treated in a different districts where they also have their own MP. But I ask you Ugandans, how many of you have a contact that you can call for you to get a helicopter to airlift you from wherever you are? I think out of all of us here, it could only be Mr. President, but I'm not sure. I think he says he also can't get a helicopter. So how many people are dying on a daily because they don't have access to good health care? When we speak about good health care, people believe that we are only speaking because we are privileged. I speak from the profession because I am one of them. I have served in those hospitals. I have been to Chirudu Dialysis Center, but I tell you that people fight for beds for them to be able to get dialysis. But I saw a photo of a certain country where a dog was getting dialysis. Our lives less important compared to the dogs that the whites own. We have seen pictures of babies at Kawempe Regional Referral Hospitals in these plastic chairs where you're seated today. Ladies and gentlemen, we lose over 100 mothers on a daily. It's sickening that as I hold this microphone, in this very minute that I'm speaking, there is a woman out there that is bleeding to death because there is no tranexamic acid, because they couldn't get oxytocin. Sorry, I'm going very far. Let me go to education, ladies and gentlemen. You see, in Uganda, over 1 million children that enroll in primary 1, only about 300,000 make it to primary 7. That is only about how many? 30%? Do you see what I'm saying? Where are these children going that are dropping out? Who is thinking about those very children? They are out there getting pregnant if they're ladies, or if it is a gentleman, he's now going into stealing. And these children are giving birth not to children, but to more poverty, because in the first reason they dropped out, it was because of poverty. Ladies and gentlemen, we find that there are districts, for example, in Napak, where the gentleman with the big heart claims to get 100%, but there is no single secondary school. Are you hearing me? Am I communicating, ladies and gentlemen?
Yes, Minister of Education.
As we go ahead, we find that in the education sector, a single pupil is only allocated 20,000 for school fees in an entire year, while we see the Speaker's office getting billions for donations. We see so many spending a lot of money, in different things. They're giving out, they're dashing out money, but your child is allocated only 20,000 for them to be able to study for an entire year. I don't know what for. Ladies and gentlemen, when we speak about clean water, I've been to districts where people share water sources with cows. We find that cows are even getting some clean water, but there are districts where they do not get clean water. Out of the 48 million Ugandans here, we find that about 38 million lack access to clean water and to toilets. Where are they putting their stool? Where are they defecating, ladies and gentlemen? There are those little errors that we find Munkwere, where we pass. You find there is a heap because they don't have access to clean water, and it trickles down to the health system. Ladies and gentlemen, the National Unity Platform promises to offer access to good roads. We find that out of the 1,500 plus roads that we have, I think it's 153,000 kilometers worth of road network, only about 6,338 kilometers are paved. That is only about 3.9% of the total road network in Uganda. But even out of that 3.9%, 20% is in good conditions. We have seen the roads that you use. We did the pothole exhibition. Ladies and gentlemen, you saw that we have lakes in the middle of roads. When we speak about our railway system, you know, we don't even have a gauged railway system. That out of the entire railway system, only about 321 kilometers.
Simanyi oluzungu lwe lubaddusa bannange. Sharing live tugenda bivunula. Share the live, like, comment.
It going. But we know that in developed countries, trains are the quickest and easiest means of transport that they actually use. Trains can improve our road transport. Trains can be used to carry out trade from region to region, but that is not what we see in the current Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, when we study about the history of Africa, Uganda, when we constructed Entebbe International Airport, it was the largest international airport in East Africa. And that was before Mr. Museveni took over power. He takes over power 40 years down the road, and Entebbe International Airport is the only airport that we have. Yet it was the biggest in East Africa. We now admire Kenya, we admire Tanzania. But I mean, what are they doing? I had forgotten to tell you that when Magufuli took over power, he paved over 5,000 roads in 5 years. 5,000 kilometers of roads in 5 years, and Mr. Museveni has done that in 40 years. What more evidence do you need for you to say that it is now for us to have a new and better Uganda?
People power. Dr. Nalukwago Judith nzize kubabuulira mu Luganda so that bajjajja bange ab'e Masaka wa Kigundu bategeere n'ab'e Mawokota ab'emikono muliyo musiibye mutanamwe mulina okutegeera. Bannange Dr. Shamima annyonnyodde mu Luzungu naye katuddeko mu Luganda. Ngenda kwanguyizaako kubanga obudde butukutte. Public service mu Uganda population yaffe eri miliyoni 48. Nga tugenze maaso tuprojectinze mu mwaka 2026 population ya Uganda genda efuuke miliyoni 16. Ne kwezo miliyoni 16 abasinga kwabo ebitundu 7 ku 10 bagenda kubeera bakozi. Kitegeeza Uganda oba government erina okwetegekera ekiseera ekyo. Bwe tukyetegekera tetugenda ku developinga. China yetegekera ekiseera ekyo. Singapore yakyetegekera ndowooza mulaba gye bali. So nga ntandika mu public service tulinayo ebyobulamu, ebyenjigiriza, amaanyi g'amasannyalaze, amazzi amayonjo. Tulinayo enguudo, tulinayo eggaali z'omukka, tulinayo ebisaawe by'ennyonyi. Tugamba tuliwa nga Uganda biseera bino. Mu Uganda tulinayo districts 82 ezitalina malwaliro. Ate nga tulina ne sub-counties tezina health center 3s. Banange health center 3s watandikira obujjanjabi mu system ya health mu Uganda. Naye ebyalo oba sub-counties amagombolola 1,600 tegayina health center 3s. Kamba buliyo ka story twawaddeyo nga tugenda nga tuva Emityana tugenda Ekyankwanzi ku campaign trail ya president ne tusanga health center 3 nensalawo ogikozesa okweyamba. Unfortunately yabadde abandoned. Temuli basawo n'abalwadde bali awo tebalina abakolako. Bwe nageze mu toilet okumanya zibadde abandoned nasanze ennumba Mr. President ennumba nezinnuma era ennaku 3 mbadde siri campaign trail kubanga mbangezaako okuwona. Naye ebyo bye twagala okukolako nti tewali health center 3 mu government ya His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu ejja kubeera abandoned. Nga tugenda maaso Mwami Museveni alina emmotoka ezimutambuza 6 si mukaaga si nkaaga wabula lukaaga naye mu uganda yonna tulina ambulances 178 bannayuganda lwaki gavumenti eno tesobolako byebyo twagala okukyusa nga tugendako mu bya enjigiriza ndi musanyufu nti nno nze nzaaliddwa abasomesa era nasomerako mu ssomero lya UPE so mmanyi ekiriyo ate nga bazadde bange bakolanga lesson plans nga nange ndaba kirabeka kyeva bazaala omuwala omugezi ne tugende mu maaso mu byenjigiriza omwana oba buli mwana mu Uganda bamuwa $2,000 buli mwaka $2,000 buli mwaka kisobola kukola ki bannayuganda $2,000 tekisobola kugula na kalaamu oba kugula peeni mu mwaka oba mu ttaamu egi oyo mwana anasobola okusoma mu gavumenti ya Kyagulanyi tugenda kwongeza funding mu UPE schools ekirala ekisinga obukulu bano abaana bagenda ku ssomero bambi ne bamala essaawa 8 nga tebalina kyabadde tetugenda kukkiriza ebyo mu gavumenti ya Kyagulanyi mu gavumenti ya Kyagulanyi buli mwana ajja kufuna emiro at least emu buli lunaku basobola okonsentratinga mu kusoma kwabwe ekirala abasomesa beekalakaasa ekisooka tebamala kubanga bw'otunuulira staffing rate y'amasomero mu Uganda gali ku 34%. N'obutamala abasomesa era nze maama wange yasomesanga mu ssomero lya gavumenti naye ng'asomesa subjects 3. Lwaki omusomesa omu bamubadde ninga okusomesa subjects 3? Buli subject erina okubeera n'omusomesa n'ekirala abasomesa tebabasasudde bulungi kyobula babeekalakaasa mu Uganda empya tewajja kubeerawo kwekalakaasa kubanga abasomesa bajja kubeera ne ssente ezimala era tujja basasula bulungi. Bwetugenda ku kyamazzi baganda bange abasinga mulwala typhoid temumanyi bino ebintu gye biva kubanga bannayuganda abasinga tebalina mazzi mayonjo kyokka nga tulina agayanja ga Nalubaale tulina kyoga byonna tubirina mu Uganda naye ensinga zi Saudi Arabia ezitalina nnyanja zirina amazzi amalungi ageyagaza naye wano mu Uganda tetugayina lwaki tubeera mu gavumenti bwetyo ne tugenda ku amasomero ebitundu 68 ku 100 tebirina mazzi amalwaliro ebitundu 44 ku 100 tebirina mazzi lwaki eddwaliro libeerawo nga terina mazzi bwe tugenda ku bya enguudo Dr. Shamimba agambye nti tulina network y'enguudo emitwalo 15 nekwatyo emitwalo 15 kilometers nkakaaga zokka zenkole ate nga NRM yakakolako kilometers 4,000. Imagine emyaka 4 kitegeeza buli mwaka bakola kilomita 10. Incompetence of this government tetugenda jikiriza mu government empya oba mu Uganda empya bazadde bafa batusingako obukulu bazadde bamwe batambuliranga mu gaali y'omukka naye kati nze emyaka gyange okulaba ku gaali y'omukka nina genda bweru wa Uganda tekigenda kubeera mu gavumenti ya Kyagulanyi ebyo byonna tugenda bikyusa mufune gaali y'omukka ng'osobola okubeera wano e Kampala yobeerayo omupiira mu Hoima City ng'olinnya high speed training ebitwala ddakiika 3 watuuse dda walabye omupiira wakomyewo Uganda empya tetubasuubiza ekirala era ebiddiridde okusemba amasanyalaze n'amazzi amasanyalaze ga bbeeyi uniti y'amasanyalaze ya siringi 1,000 ngenda mu saluuni okunsiba enviiri okunnaaza bunaaza omuviiri omukyala wa saluuni nangamba maama amasanyalaze ga bbeeyi nange nyina okujjako sente nnyingi naye nga lwaki mbeera nsiba enviiri za sente nnyingi lwaki gavumenti ya Kyagulanyi tejja uniti y'amasanyalaze ku siringi 1,000 n'ebiteeka ku siringi 5. Ekidomola ky'amazzi tugenda kukijja ku nnusu 120 tukiteeke ku nnusu 10 bannayuganda mugenda kunyumira Uganda empya ate nga no connecting amazzi n'amasanyalaze bigenda kubeera bya bwerere gavumenti eno egenda bikolako ekisinga obukulu airport mukimanyi loopu waffe ng'akyakulira Kosase yavaayo n'abalaga nti mwezo waliyo abakyala bataasoma be baaweeja emirimu abataasoma bonna tugenda bagobayo kale baasoma omugigi naye biri ebitabo byetwogerako bonna bataasoma tugenda bagobayo tuteeke abantu abasobola okumanaginga air transport yaffe so that buli region wabeereyo airport nga munnayuganda asobola okubuuka n'avaano nga bwekiri e Kenya ababaddeko e Kenya mukimanyi abantu bavuga okuva e Mombasa ne bagenda e Nairobi at a low cost byebyo twagala mu Uganda empya bannayuganda nga mmaliriza mukimanyi tubyogeddeko sente za health zigenda kwongezebwa tugenda kwongeza sente funding mu government hospitals ate n'abaana bajja kulyanga emmere y'obwerere buli lunaku neyanziza nnyo people power our power.
Thank you so much, Dr. Judith.
In conclusion, here is what the new Uganda promises. With the National Unity Platform, we are saying that our health centers are going to be increased. We are going to increase funding in the healthcare system to about 25%. Or even more, considering what was promised in the Abuja Declaration that said if the health system must improve, at least 16% of the national budget must be dedicated to the health system. We are going to recruit doctors 16 times more than what we have at present. And we are saying that every health center 3 must have a doctor. And we are going to triple other healthcare workers in the new Uganda. In the new Uganda, the funding for the education sector is going to be increased. We are saying, why should our teachers be struggling? Yet we have a lot of money. We have over 10 trillion that is stolen to corruption every year. But our teachers, ladies and gentlemen, you do not have to buy electricity poles anymore. You do not have to pay for the wires to have electricity in your home. We are going to remove value-added tax on electricity bills. We are going to make sure that businesses, domestic users of electricity, where SMEs fall, do not have to pay VAT. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to make sure that every village has 10 water sources, clean water sources, and all town councils and municipal councils must construct toilets that will be accessed for free, ladies and gentlemen. I feel so bad when I go to Kampala and I have to look for a toilet and I pay, yet it is even empty, but they are going to be free of charge in the new Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a railway that connects all the 4 regions in Uganda. Why should it take you 8 hours, 12 hours to come from here to Yumbe, yet you can use a train and get there in 4 hours? Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to make sure that we have regional, international airports. These entire airports that you see, we are going to put down and we lift very new, good-looking international airports. And there is no reason why you will have to come from Ntungamo to Entebbe to board a plane to Rwanda. Do you understand? Yeah. That is what we are saying. We are saying that in the new Uganda, you will not have to struggle for anything. We shall make sure that whatever it is that you need as a public service is availed to you. People power. Power. Kunga Uganda kunga. Thank you so much.
From what you've heard, do you want more of the same or you want change? You already have a clear picture of what is going to be in the new Uganda. And we are not just saying we are going to do these things, we have people who are going to do these things. I'm sure you're confident that these young ladies and doctors are capable of delivering what they have just promised. That said, before we welcome our alumni to perform the skit, we shall first have a surprise artist. Felisa, the superstar, is going to sing, perform for us. Thank you so much. DJ.
ono yabasinga bwengambye ngambeyake kuko waffe atukuda okutira ennyange ulira kubanga lulu tebamulya ŋŋange ono muteekako ezange kubanga lulu tebamulya tebannimba tebandyeka nemundeeta sente za ttunda tebannimba nebavamba segomba abalala segomba natala ffe bajazi kitatwegomba yani tumuwenduru yani akutte kintu yani singa okubeera waneeno badde ninakyembasikaneŋŋendesagenda sirabye mukulembeze wake anaye mukulembeze wange kwagala nnyo era nsaba luno olutabalo lw'eddembe luwangula bulungi kwagala nnyo taata eyanziza nnyo bannaye omukulembeze yansuubiza haga mutirabye haga teyaŋŋamba agireese eyanza nnyo Mr. President.
Webale nnyo mu Uganda empya era nja kweyagala nnyo. Thank you so much for that. We are going to have one more presentation and then we'll have the skit. At this point, many of you have been asking, because in our manifesto we have told you we are going to create 10 million jobs, and many of you have been saying, how is that possible? I think most of you have gotten used to governments which don't create jobs. I'm going to welcome Honorable Mwanga Chivumbi to present on the issue of unemployment and how we are going to create jobs for you. Thank you so much.
People power, our power, NUP, President kantwalayo omukisa ogw'enjawulo okukulisaayo mu Greater Mubende ne Greater Luweero. Bane mumukuliseeyo kyabadde kyakabi. One, let me start with a simple philosophy in managing an economy. It is akin to going to war. Because quite often, after all this struggle we are in to remove a dictator, and our president, after swearing in, he will be just occupying momentarily a certain hill stop, but it will also define how far the climb has been and how steep the next journey to end unemployment, to create a better life, to give our people better opportunities. It will just be a beginning of a major struggle. Now, like any other war, developing an economy entails taking over what we call commanding heights. Commanding heights of an economy starts with, I'll only mention two that are very relevant. A commanding height of an economy, the first one is an emergency of an enlightened elite class in a country. I'm using the word enlightened, not people who have gone to school. An enlightened elite class is aware they must live simple, that their people must simply live. They do every sacrifice. They have a command of duty, responsibility, commitment, sacrifice, patriotism, and courage to ensure they deliver a nation. The second commanding height is an emergency, a skilled, which they've talked about, of a skilled, healthy, working human resource, for which people have talked about health and education. Another commanding height is peace. When I talk about peace, I'm speaking about durable, predictable, peace that we take for granted.
not an absence of war and gunshots. Once you have that peace and stability, then you have occupied another commanding heights. But in the role of that peace is the role of the military, for which most militaries in Africa fail African presidents. The military complex, other than waging war, is the gatherer of strategic information and direction of a country. They have a duty to unflinchingly speak to a president, no matter how difficult, to tell the president that what you are doing is not right, change in direction, take a new course because of the future of our country. Now, our military think all they do is to consistency. Another commanding height, of course, is finance and banking, which I'll leave. But my role was to demonstrate to you that you can create 10 million new jobs. I think that is an understatement. In Tanzania here, they have demonstrated, starting with the Magufuli, that in 5 years you can transform a country. The young man, the general, the friend of the president, has demonstrated that in 3 years just you can transform a country. We are sure with the National Unity Platform, with the discipline of the National Unity Platform, it will take us 2 to 3 years to put Uganda right and begin a new course. Not just to give you peace and stability, to give this country a heritage of an ever-improving destiny. I'm speaking about a heritage. Countries change forever. Good leaders don't change countries momentarily during their regime. They give them a basis of an ever better life for their citizens. And it is possible, starting with Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu and the National Unity Platform. Will it be reinventing the wheel? No. Nations start from somewhere. America was given an opportunity by one man called George Washington. So was India. China was given an opportunity by Chairman Mao and others. Singapore by Lee Kuan Yew. And so many other countries. So I have no doubt, and I've worked with our president closely, I have no doubt he will deliver Uganda to the promised land. So be out there, be all out 4 months from now, 2 months and vote. Now, this is what we are going to do to create jobs. One, we are going to leverage tourism. Tourism has the potential to create new jobs in Uganda. And let me speak about tourism. Tourism today does not mean the presence of crocodile and lions. For you to have a tourist destination, you must improve all the things the Sabims have talked about. Infrastructure, have peace, have better roads, have communication, have better hotels. Once you do that, tourists will simply come, even without branding. So you don't need to. There must be roads without tanks and tear gas. There must be respect for human rights. Put Eddie Mutwe in a basement, you are discouraging 1,000 and hundreds of thousands tourists. No one wants to come to a country where people are put in a basement. It can't. Every time you see jam on Kampala Road, you are discouraging tourists. So today people go to Dubai. Are there dinosaurs in Dubai? No. Are there lions in Dubai? No. Are there valleys in Dubai? No. Are there rivers in Dubai? No. It's because they have done a first-class infrastructure. That's what our government will do. The second thing we shall do to leverage is to create an industrial sector that can create jobs. An industrial sector that can create jobs will be the one that has a backward and forward linkage. Backward linkage is an industrial base that will be built on our comparative advantage, which is agriculture. And when you build an industry on agriculture, two, we are now getting a new comparative advantage. We are one of the richest nations in mineral potential in the world. From oil to uranium to gold to tin to everything you need in Uganda we have. How very fast shall actually the thinking in the other sector of the economy is, if we had developed our industrial sector, our mineral sector faster, we would never have needed to borrow to develop the oil sector. Therefore, we are going to fast track a huge industrial complex based on our mineral resources, on our agricultural resources, on our fish industry, on everything we have, and create hundreds and millions of jobs for our people. We are also going to do where our presidents come from. He has been speaking about the 4 A's, okay? The arts, the academics, so we are going to do a sports and arts industry that will deliver Uganda. And we can tell you today, a 1 billionaire that has joined the billionaire rank this week by Forbes magazine is not an industrialist. He's a one man called Cristiano Ronaldo. Is a footballer. We're also going to do where our residents come from. He has been speaking about 4 A's. Okay, the arts, the academics, so we are going to do a sports and arts industry that will deliver Uganda. And we can tell you today, a 1 billionaire that has joined the billionaire rank this week by Forbes magazine is not an industrialist. He's a one man called Cristiano Ronaldo. Is a footballer. How many Cristiano Ronaldos can we have in Uganda? You see a young man like Okelo, Alan Okelo. Even given opportunities, he has that this younger girl instantly will be a millionaire in terms of. So once you do those best things, then other things simply fall in. So our promise for a new Uganda is a Uganda that will ensure you have a heritage of prosperity, not for now, not for our children, it will be for infinity and beyond. And with those few words, I thank you. I am requested to translate what I've talked about in Uganda briefly. Ensi yonna nationalunityplatform bw'emala okuwangula egenda ku lutabaalo olwokubiri. Olutabaalo olwokubiri lwe lw'okukyusa obulamu bw'abannansi, okubatta mu mbeera embi gye mukooye tugende mu mbeera ki ey'okwesiima. Tetubagamba mutulwanirira mu nsi muno mubeere baavu, no, ekitulwanyisa bannayuganda mubeere baki bagagga nga muli mu bulamu obukola ki obwesiimisa nga temusula na suwegi. Wano mu Uganda abantu basula n'ebinyonyi, wano mu Uganda abantu basula n'ente, abantu mu Uganda basula wamu n'embuzi nga temuli mu nnyumba za nsiisira. Ng'obudde bwe buziba tekitegeeza kizikiza, kitegeeza ekitangaala obukulembeze obulungi obulala bwe bukikuwadde. Ng'abantu abagala okuba bulungi muli buki bulungi, n'olwakyo olutalo lwe tuliko lwakuba buki bulungi, kubanga tukooye embeera ki embi. Ebyo kubifuna wana wammanga tulina bikola. 1. Wateekwa okuvaayo abakulembeze abaagala eggwanga lyabwe nga ddala mwebyo kya ggwanga. Ekyo kitegeeza si bakulembeze bannabyabufuzi bokka, nammwe mwenna bagayi oli kaawo, oli simanyi oli community development officer, oli nurse, oli headmaster, working a permanent secretary in our government, a corrupt one, you pack your bags, nga tetunasimbula. Olumala okulayira boti owulira nti oli mujini y'obuli corrupt, please just run away. Kyagulanyi atuuse, kiboko ya uchafu. Kiboko ya uchi, kiboko ya uchi, kiboko ya uchi. Mwana kwa tuleta, kiboko ya uchi. Uli tate kowele speaker ojagenda. Kowele ane kamanda ojagenda. Kowele nga kosa nisasoka okwema permanent secretary simawati abali mu office musibetai tuwavira ku ngudo tuwa motoka empya tuwasasulira insurance. Please obuvunaanyizibwa bwammwe bugenda kuba kolera bbanga lyaffe n'abantu baffe. Ne political class will be required to do that. Political class itegeeza buli omu okuva ku president, genda ku kansala, genda ku w'omuluka, genda ku kwekata futu soja. Tokola ba futu soja, genda mu gavumenti ng'osuubira kinawe olifuna omukisa okubba esente z'eggwanga. Ekitutwala mu kino bwenswalinya nti abaana baffe n'ensi yaffe tubawa ekyobusika ekyaleero ekyenkya ekirivaawo abadan abada tugende mu nsi ey'essanyu okwesiima okuba obulungi okweyagala okufa nga tetubonera lwaki twagala nawona n'otuka okwegomba okufa. Njabawa story bantwala Rusira maximum prison mu bya popular resistance nensangayo omwana omuto baaliko ya young boys nembabuza lwaki babakutte ne bagamba wane Rusira wotulese muwanga wotusanze twesiimika okuba wano dana okubeegweyo. Nembabuuza lwaki ne bagamba ti wano mukomera tuli ashuwadi ekyeggulu kyakawunga naye wekiri. Nolwekyo ekkomera we nabasanga they were happy to be in prison because they will be assured of supper and dinner and shelter. That's not the Uganda we want. Kyomwana omuto ajja preferring okusigala mu kkomera n'okubeera eruki eweeru kubanga eri mu kkomera afuna ekyeggulo oba ekyemiki ekyemisana. N'olwekyo tugenda kutumbula ebyobulambuzi nga tutandikira ddala okulaba nti buli kimu ekikola obulambuzi tukiteekamu ssente ezeetaagisa tusobole okuleeta abalambuzi baleete ssente bazireke wano nga bwe baba mu Uganda tebeeralikira tiyagasi, tebeeralikira kukwatibwa twalibwa mu kkomera, tebajja kuba mu infrastructure. Actually in Malaysia waliyo tourism police. Abalambuzi be bajja e Malaysia okuva ku airport ng'oli mulambuzi mukifeeda okukatengezi ne zitwala balupembe ogenda okutuppa ng'ojja ng'oli mulambuzi nga tukutikka nga tukuyisa mu traffic jam mangu nga tukutwala mu hoteli ennungi ng'osasula ng'abaana baffe bafuna emiti emirimu. Instead wano emmotoka za poliisi zitambuza balupembe bagenda mu ofiisi kunyaga sente zaffe. No, those pickups will be picked from you to ziwe tourists zibanguye okutuuka wetwagirako ki lupiya. Ekyo kiraba kibi. Tugenda kuzimba amakolera gannamaddala. Amakolera gaffe gagenda kukola kye bagamba kusinziira ku maanyi n'ebyobugagga Katonda byakola ki byatuwa. Uganda bannange buli kimu tukiina. Mawulire tetulina okubeera wano tewali yazereero nga gavumenti oba owegombola yamuwadde emmere. Wali wano waliwo eyazze ng'omwezi guno yafunayo akawunga ka gavumenti, ng'afunayo omucere gwa gavumenti. Noti ensi asobola okweriisa olubuto tekitwala myaka 3 ena tugitereeza. Sebo President, myaka 3 bwekiti mujja kubeera mu ggwanga eddala. Kino lyemukoze eki kimubaddemu nga n'ebyenfuna bwebiki bitangaavu. Kukola ekyo tugenda kukwata ebyobugagga mu ttaka ku nnyanja. Tugenda kuzimba amakolero nga gasobola okuliikiriza oba galiikirizibwa obuki obulimi n'okwongera ssente mu byobulimi. Tugenda okutumbula ebitone. tugenda okutumbula ebitone by'abantu bonna mu Uganda asobola okudduka bwetanya okugulunyweza, asobola okuwa ebikonde naawe nyweza ebikonde, asobola okuyimba bambi teekamu amaanyi, asobola buli kyosobola okukola kitegemu amaki amaanyi. Anti Kyagulanyi ajja. Abantu mweka abateetaaga Kyagulanyi namweka mbabuulire mu ababbi abagayaavu abatukaleeti ku mirimu ono gwe tuleese kibooko yawuka. Kibooko yawuki yawuka. Nationalunityplatform is a train for disciplining Ugandans and delivering for a better country. I thank you. God bless.
Ebale nnyo Deputy President, bw'awulidde ebigenda okubeera mu Uganda empya afunye akakisa okubeera wano, naye otegeeze buli omu ky'owulidde wano leero. Era abantu mu Baganda bali those who had given up, empapula bazikubeko enfuufu. Uganda empya empapula ezo zigenda kuba za mugaso. Kati buli omu azze wano ky'owulidde tegeezaako munno asobola okutegeera ekirundiridde mu Uganda empya. Having said that, mutya kutuukiriza tuweeko omukisa alumni ba School of Leadership baje baperforminge wano skit. People power! Our power! NUP! Everywhere! Ladies and gentlemen, basobole bajja bamukkirize bategeeze nti yebaba official campaigners aba flag bearers NUP. Listen very carefully to the good news, ladies and gentlemen.
To the oppressed, to the mothers who push bed on hospital floors, to the parents whose children have been seated at home for close to a month. This is the good news. In less than 2 to 3 months, we are entering a new Uganda. People power! Our power! People power! NUP!
Kunga Uganda, kunga! Kunga NUP, kunga! Kunga Christian kunga! Kunga kunga tokunga!
Musajja oyokya akabalero ki ku president ku MP tulondanga to awo boyokya.
Your system was sham.
No,
how do you leave such an able leader?
This gentleman here
wakati bali adongo wano ku Kavule East tugenda kulondanga
uliriza oyokya
kulonda mudongo
mpaka yosheza osiriza. This guy here, we know him. He competed for the party card. He was not given that chance, and then you decided to run independently.
I have been in the party for so long. I worked for the party. Yes. I moved to the president everywhere.
My friend, we had trust in you. We trusted you. You know the money. You know the party ideology. You know everything. No more shame there for you. Our power. Everywhere. The Makerere is here.
Hello, comrades.
Yes.
My name is Honorable Gorogoro. And I am the flag bearer of Kavule East constituency. Good. I am here to tell you about my manifesto.
Before even the manifesto, Gorogoro you! Honorable Gorogoro you!
My first thing that I'm going to do as the Honorable Gorogoro is to make sure I supply sugar. I am going to make sure I supply salt. Everybody will have salt in their homes. I am the rightful honorable, and I'm giving you sugar and salt.
Honorable.
Listen. I'm going to make sure I give you rice. Now,
Honorable, what is that?
That is my beautiful manifesto.
I see. I don't know. Relax.
Yes.
You are the flag bearer of NUP.
Yes.
My friend, NUP has a very strong manifesto.
Are you sure?
You don't have to fidget around looking for what to say. To tell people. Just listen. It is a very
constitutionalism, rule of law, and our party, everything.
Leader, manifesto.
Honorable, I want to tell you, our manifesto has priorities. Priorities number 2. We want to end corruption and wasteful expenditure. We're going to have a lean and efficient government. MPs twagala abiri, ministers twagala abiri, MPs twagala 8, district twagala zikengeza. Honorable, yes. We are going to have in a new Uganda, we are going to consolidate national unity. We are going to rebuild communities and eliminate sectarianism. Manifesto. Listen.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the new Uganda that we the citizens of this beloved our country are claiming for now.
Yes.
National Unity Platform Manifesto guarantees equal access to quality public services. Ladies and gentlemen, clean water, education, healthcare, energy, and public infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, National Unity Platform Manifesto got you in this our country that we are suffering with high rate of unemployment and poverty. Ladies and gentlemen, the new manifesto is going to create 10 million new jobs in this our country. Ladies and gentlemen, the National Unity Platform Manifesto got you all in this our country. Why do we have children that suffer with hunger in schools? Ladies and gentlemen, the National Unity Platform Manifesto is going to establish a public school feeding program to transform agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, what a manifesto.
Why? Put the priorities down and put the priorities. Comrades, yes, honorables, we still have much more. Not only the already outlined priorities of the manifesto, but our mighty party is also committed to tackle all issues on land with the immediate effect.
Abambuza chiche tuliko wano tulaba muzannyo gubazanye nga gulanga manifesto yaffe. Yeah.
As well as guarantee to secure land rights. Our good news for your comrades. As reflected to the priority 8 of our manifesto, our NUP as a party will directly promote decentralization at all levels, both at local and regional government. My comrades, our mighty party, the NUP, is going to strengthen the foreign policy, positioning the diaspora as an asset, as well as strengthen our competition at global level in order to build and develop our country in the new Uganda.
Now, gentlemen, you made a very big mistake. We had trust in you. But since you decided to stand against the flag bearer, first of all, you violated all the party values. Think about the revolutionary discipline where you had to accept the results. No, you are no longer trusted. You lost the trustworthiness. You are no longer reliable, and you lost the integrity.
Obligation of you as a member of the party that you have the obligation to abide and protect our party constitution. And Article 5C also tells you that if anyone stands against the party flag bearer and then cease to be a member of National Unity Platform.
Your candidate Sekikocha aliwa mufi.
Yes.
Ukamuro obusu.
President Bobi akakobera tusibe bugaito sikutikinga engaito engaito byo wega kuzo.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a foreigner here.
Allowance for permission to call it complex.
Yeah.
We came with initially to you, and it comes up to my concern that indeed, Honorable His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu is the true leader of Uganda. Lastly, I want to categorically state that you do not, according to your manifesto, you do not have to be an elite to work for the people or to execute duties for the people. NUP manifesto is the only way to go.
People power! Waka do diariwa. Go na mama. Mopira wega. When you Uganda, mopira mungu this. If you need to very serious barrio. Who wants it?
Next time, those are alumni from our School of Leadership and also Makulunji. Yomu yanibaniza akakiso okusoma era essomero lyaffe ebyo bivuddemu mu ssomero lyaffe. We hope to expand the capacity of the school. Of course, it's regrettable that this government has ducted our leaders of the school, but at least you can see the value that comes out of that investment. The government we have currently is working against you, not for you. No one would not want to have a school which gives us such products, such levels of creativity. Naye tulowooza nti mwena abadde balaba mutegedde ensonga eziri mu manifesto yaffe. At this point, our time is fast spent, but also conveniently, we plan that when it reaches this time, we can present the popular school feeding program. So the next priority area is the school feeding program, which is going to be presented by our party treasurer, Honorable Benjamin Katana. You're welcome.
People power, our power, NUP, everywhere. You know, it's very dangerous to talk about feeding at a time when people are beginning to feel hungry. I think we should time. Mr. President, our distinguished leaders, and all of you citizens, fellow citizens gathered here, and those that are watching us from elsewhere. I am here to share one of the priority areas in our manifesto, which is about the school feeding program. As a nation, we have had the misfortune of being led by a group of incompetent and unambitious people who only measure success on the basis of the past. And as a result, they have made some sections of our society equal and ambitious. And when we present a very fine picture of how a new Uganda, the future will look like my colleagues have ably done, there are many people who doubt whether it will be implemented or not. The school feeding program is a multi-sectoral, multi-purpose, and multi-dimensional program that is intended to achieve about 4 objectives under the bigger idea of NUP's plan for improving the quality of life of Ugandans. Because a government which cares about its people, a government which is people-centered, will automatically focus on improving the quality of life of the citizens. So the first objective under this plan
But so the plan is basically about providing a meal to the school-going children at primary level every day, a hot meal that is nutritious. And of course we are going to do a survey, and the materials will be sourced from the homesteads in this country. So the first objective is to boost household incomes. And how do we intend to achieve this? We intend to elevate the household in Uganda into a production unit that will produce these raw materials that will be procured for purposes of feeding the children at school. If you are in an area, for example, that produces soya bean, and we know that it's a nutritious product that will help to boost the growth of these children, that will help to eliminate malnutrition-related diseases, then the investment will be in soya bean to make sure that the different households in that area are supported to produce soya bean, which will be procured by the school to feed the children. If you are from a fishing community and you have silverfish mukene, or you have fish, the investment of the NUP government will be in that sector to make sure that the households are able to supply the school with this product and earn money, but also feed the children. If you are from a milk producing community, and we have so many people who have been struggling with market for their milk to the extent that sometimes you see they are pouring it, sometimes they are selling it at 200 shillings a litre, when in Kampala it is 2,000 a litre. We are going to provide a market at the nearest school. The government of NUP will procure the milk, feed your children will be healthy, but your pockets will also be healthy. The other aspect related to that, away from boosting the household incomes, is boosting agriculture. Agriculture is the leading employer in this country. However, it has not received sufficient support from government. And one of the challenges that the farmers face is a lack of market for their products. I've given you an example of milk, and there are several other examples where people are struggling to find market for their products. Sometimes they are even cheated by the middlemen and middlewomen, but also cheated by the so-called industrialists who are protected by the cartel whose ambition is only to extract money from the population. So now we want to create a market at the nearest school in your community to make sure that now your products will be sold to the school, you will earn money, your children will feed, and they will learn well. The other aspect related to that is fostering better learning environment. A hungry child cannot concentrate in class. By the statistics of government itself, today, the dropout rate in primary school is 68%. By implication, it means that out of 100 people who enrolled in P1, 68 of those 100 do not complete P7. And that is a time bomb. And my colleagues have ably explained the other interventions that our government is going to come up with, including the increment on the capitation grant from the 6,000 per term to a more reasonable figure. But we are now also, in addition to that, going to introduce feeding of children at school so that people are not driven out of class by hunger to go to prison like the ones that the Honorable Mwanga was talking about. Even in school, you see, children are comfortable going to jail because they are assured of dinner. But now we want to make sure that they are comfortable going to school because they are assured of a meal, and a nutritious meal. Fellow citizens, the other intervention related to that is about the elimination of malnutrition. Every household in Uganda today spends a lot of money, and which money most households do not have, on meeting medical bills or taking children to hospital. And most of these children fall sick because of low immunity levels, because of poor feeding. So by feeding these children with a hot, nutritious meal every day, we are going to reduce the cost of medical bills, significant amounts, by making sure that the children are healthy, they are feeding well, and they are learning. They are not missing school because they are sick, and the parents are not spending money they don't have on them to meet medical bills because they are healthier. And so many people have been asking, when we have been talking about this, the school feeding program, that how are you going to implement this? We intend to implement it by working closely with PTA, the Parents Teachers Associations. Most of them under the current regime have collapsed, but we are going to work hard to make sure that we restore them, that we strengthen them, so they can be leading stakeholders working with the government, but particularly working with the community development officers at the sub-county for purposes of coordination to make sure that this program is implemented. We are also going to make sure, especially in areas where production of these nutritious things is a little bit complicated because of climate and other things. And we have other interventions like irrigation that my colleagues have talked about. But we are also going to make sure that we strengthen the production unit of state agencies like Uganda prisons, so that they can be able to produce for some parts of the country that are not able to produce some of these products. And fellow citizens, this intervention also has a multiplier effect, in a sense that if the schools in a certain sub-county in Chichusa are procuring eggs for the school, it means that even the person who makes the chicken feeds is going to get business. It means that some young people are going to get jobs to work in the poultry farm. It means that some young people are going to get jobs to work in the feeds factory. So this program is comprehensive, and it is intended to cover a number of dimensions. How do we intend to do this? We intend to spend 1,500 on each student per day. And we are targeting 5 million children for the initial program. The total cost of this comes to around 1.5 trillion to implement this. And many people have been asking that where are you going to get 1.5 trillion from? My colleagues have given you a clear picture of what is happening in Uganda, and our president has been emphasizing that Uganda is a rich country, but we are poor. We are poor people. Because the statistics of the Inspectorate of Government have placed the money lost to corruption to about 9 trillion a year. And for us, we are looking for 1.5 trillion to feed our children. That is a very insignificant part of the money that is lost. We have been told about the mineral wealth that this country is blessed with. Our responsibility is to utilize the wealth for the benefit of the citizens. And so many people have been asking that there is a program going on called Parish Development Model. That how is it going to continue surviving under the NUP government? NUP government is a pro-people government, is a pro-development government. And what has not been managed well, our responsibility is to manage it well. The money that people are being given, for example, to go and invest in whichever they please, without training, without proper alignment with the market forces, for us we shall invest it in making sure that households produce food which will be procured by the schools in their communities. And by doing so, the little money that they are given will have a big impact, not just on their income, but on the health of their children and the health of the nation. I thank you.
Thank you so much. If you think that 1.5 trillion is a lot of money, remember that Uganda, under the NRM government, has since spent 1.24 trillion on Lumbuye hospital project, which remains a construction site at best. So the problem is not the lack of finances, it is the misuse of those finances. Thank you so much. We are going to welcome Madam Ram to Apio Flavia, who will present about how we are going to stop land grabbing, which we think is a very serious challenge in this country that has affected all the other forms of development, because we believe that land is a very crucial factor of production and any other form of development you want to do. She will also be joined by Ms. Natalie Margaret, who will present about empowering regional and local governance. Thank you so much. I welcome the able ladies who come and present that quickly. Let's utilize the time that we have.
People power. Our power.
People power.
My name is Ramto Flavia Pio from northern Uganda, Omoro district. I bring you revolutionary greetings from all the villages of Omoro district. Firstly, because we are the first-hand victims of land grabbing in Uganda today. For many of us, for millions of Ugandans, if not all, we live in fear of losing our land, not to natural disasters, but to government officials, to government actors, and to many investors in the disguise of conservation. However, we bring a new Uganda. No wonder, us from northern Uganda are very eager for the new Uganda. We are eagerly waiting. It's 3 months now. And I assure you, it is protestvote up there. Since 2006, my brothers from the north can testify. The Uganda Wildlife Authority gazetted the areas of our power in the disguise of conservation, I repeat. And our people of Madi and Acholi were forcefully and bitterly convicted from their lands. Many years later, they were given unsatisfactory compensation. This has led to a lot of people picking arms against each other. Madi and Acholi have lived together from the times of our ancestors. But after this, we saw a lot of us picking arms against each other. We saw us picking pangas, fighting each other. Convictions have become a big issue in northern Uganda because it has torn our communities apart. Not just the communities of Acholi, but the communities of West Nile, of Karamoja, of Lango. But here's the good news. The National Unity Platform that seeks election to government looks to address visible solutions to these pending issues. First, with land and tenants by enforcing legal safeguards for minor landowners and tenants. We'll also look at secure customary land rights by reviewing current past land transactions and taking concrete steps to restore land to rightful owners. We're also looking at having registration of all land. From a small landowner in Amuru to a big landowner in Entebbe, all your land is registered, because why not? As young graduates, NUP also seeks to support us to use technology to establish a homegrown IT system using the blockchain technology that is a secure digital system. The graduates in the house, you need to be very excited because finally we shall have jobs in the new Uganda. This will accommodate registration of all land, I repeat, and they'll have no more forged and fraudulent titles. We're seeing a lot of people losing their land because the powerful and the people in the government are using fraudulent means to get titles. The National Unity Platform seeks with a bold vision on land rights where no one lives in fear of possible eviction, unhealthy conflict, fraudulent acquisition of titles, closing loopholes of land grabbing and neglected land rights. Thank you so much. And people power, our power, our power, people power. Thank you.
Yeah, Charlie.
Avoid down Dutch, Mikumalme Uganda, Mi Central Uganda, Mikaweng Uganda. Anya Ramta Appeal Flavia, Aki Moro District. Team Area 7, Maloro Lokamanu Ngom, Padam, Mikumalme Uganda. Kiluku Lokangom, it is Uganda Wakanti. Watia National Unity Platform, Kawaji Wabikelu repair, Minamoni, Momu, Paluta there, Piki Kwani, one Paluta there, Iginga, Piki Kwani, one Paluta there, another Uganda, Piki Kwani, one Paluta there, and when Uganda can afford
Uganda is such a beautiful place. Thank you so much. We appreciate. We love you. We recognize the pains of our people who have lost their land and this government. But she talks about the fact that we are going to create a system where people can access digitally. Your land title and right escape should not be a secret. That it is hidden somewhere. Sobola okuteekawo system eyakalimagezi esobola okusobozesa ffe ng'abannansi okulaba ettaka lyaffe nekituyambako abantu abagala nnyo okubba ettaka because they complicate the systems. That said, there is a special person, special to me and special to the team from this side, who has been breaking down the manifesto on their social media platforms. Those of you asking how can I understand the manifesto further, you'll go through Natavi's social media platforms and all their content is there. Allow me in a special way to welcome her to talk about regional and local governance devolution. The real one, not the one they pretend about. Thank you.
Thank you so much. People power, our power,
people power.
A protocol observed. My name is Margaret Natavi. I am from Mukono municipality. And today I'm going to talk about priority number 8, which seeks to empower regional and local governance through real devolution. Now when you're talking about devolution, we are basically speaking transfer of powers from the central government to the local government or regional government. And you should pay more attention to the word real, because someone from this government is going to come and argue that, oh, we have devolution, we have decentralization, but it is not real. Ladies and gentlemen, the decentralization in the interim government is pseudo, but the NUP government wants to bring to you real devolution. We want to have a region or a local government that has real power. Power to give you the public services you deserve, power to make sure they make decisions that affect you, the common person. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to, with a very painful heart, I want to inform you that the local government, I want to bring to your attention that the local government only gets 7.2% of the total national budget. While we are supposed to do 70% of the work you see this government is doing. Why? If you didn't know, the local government is in charge of your roads. All those roads you see that do not connect to the roads that are constructed by UNRWA are done by the local government. The health centers you see in your community or in Uganda, they're under the care of the local government. The public schools or government schools you see in your area, they're under the care of the local government. But we get funding that is way less. And this nationality-platform government wants to end that. Our promises are only 4 in the new Uganda when it comes to local government. Because we know when we work on the local government, every Ugandan out there is going to receive the public services they need. Number 1, we want to bring what we call the National Devolution Dialogue Council. This is going to be like a committee that is going to be revising, because
before the NRM government came, or the governments before, we had regional governments. We didn't have these many districts we have today. When the NRM government came and they bring the Local Government Act, they have been trying to break down the districts to the many 140 plus districts we have today. They are not breaking down the districts to improve the public services to you. They are basically breaking up districts to increase the votes, to increase the number of MPs in parliament that support the NRM. Now, for us, we are bringing this council to make sure we discuss. The council is going to have religious leaders, cultural leaders, civil leaders, and regional leaders to discuss. If we went back to regional governance, how would Uganda be? And this council, we want to bring it in 2026, immediately after swearing in. We come up with this council. Number two, I come with sad news for anyone here or anyone watching who was waiting to become an RDC in the NUP government. One thing we are going to delete immediately we get power are the office of the RDC, assistant RDC, deputy RDC, because they just taking our money has not to improve services. I must tell you that the LC2 leaders, they get 10K, 10,000 Uganda shillings per month, and this money comes at the end of the year. For recent parliament sat and they agreed to increase their money to 50,000. This government doesn't love you, dear Ugandans, because most of these LC1 chairpersons are NRM, and they get 10,000. That's why you see them out of office every time. That's why you see them increasing the amount of money you have to pay to get a stamp, which you would get a free of charge. Now, we've been telling you Ugandans that this government doesn't love you, and you didn't know until at least we from Mukono, we got the chance, and the man told us point blank live. Njabe Mukono, sina chembebuya. Likewise, wherever you are, namwe taina chabebuya. So this is the time to vote for a leader aina chabebuya. A leader that wants to the well-being. We want to address regional inequality. We must agree that Uganda faces the same problems when it comes to infrastructure, health, schools, etc. But also we must accept that the problems in the education sector in northern Uganda or in eastern Uganda are not the same as in central Uganda. We must agree that the health care or the roads in other regions of the country are not at the same level. So much as we want to improve these infrastructure and public services, we have to be careful on where we add more money so that we can lift different regions to the same level. And those are the four basic parts we are going to focus on. And maybe briefly for the people that don't understand English, nationalunityplatform getuse mu buyinza twagala okulabanga tuteekawo olukiiko luyise National Devolution Dialogue Council. Olukiiko lugenda kubeerako abakulembeze ab'ekinnansi, abakulembeze ab'ebitongole by'obwannakyewa, abakulembeze baminisaawo eno n'abakulembeze ba regions. Tulabe tusena tulera ku nkola gye twalina eya federal nga buli region erina obukulembeze obwayo. Uganda egenda kubeera etya kuba tugizude disitulikiti ze tulina ennyingi gavumenti ezizeereese tebali kuzireetawo kwongeza mpeereza y'emirimu gye balina obakolera, wabula bagyongeza kwongeza omuwendo gw'ababaka ba palamenti abali mu abapalamenti aba NRM. Basically tebali mukikola kuwongeza okulembeze. N'ekirala twagala twongeza ku funding, twongeza ku ssente ze tuwa local government, kubanga tulabye nga bakola ebitundu 7 ku buli 100 ku mirimu gavumenti eno gy'erina okukola mu masomero, mu malwaliro, ku nguudo n'ebirala, wabula ng'ate ssente ze babawa ntono nnyo. Twagala twongeze from 7.6% etuliko kati up to 40% by 2030. Twagala tuteekeyo graders, twagala tuteekeyo tractors, twagala tuwe at least manifesto yagambye at least buli district ebeereyo ne tippers 5 okutandikirwako okulaba nga ziri ku solid waste management. Twogedde ku chairperson b'ebyalo LC2s, akasente tugambye buli ssentebe w'ekyalo oba LC2 afuna $1,000 buli mwezi, ate nga tezijja buli mwezi, zijja ng'omwaka guwedde. Kutegeeza mu mwaka ssentebe w'ekyalo afuna $12,000. Palamenti yatudde neeteesa bawongereko babe ku $1,000 mpaka ku $5,000. Ne mbagamba bannayuganda, gavumenti eno tetwagalangako. Olaba LC abasinga mu Uganda bali mu kibiina kya NRM naye bafuna $1,500. Olwo gwe nakata waabwe nakaddu waabwe atalina wa NRM osuubira bagenda kufaako ddi. Ne tugamba nti twagala
tuongeze nga bwe tuba tugaba ssente zigenda okukola emirimu mu regions eza Uganda ez'enjawulo tuzongeza okusinziira ku need nti abatalina amasomero mu regions endala nti fenna tulina ebizibu bye bimu obijja ku byokusoma ebyobulamu enguudo n'ebirala wabula tulina okukkiriza nti regions ez'enjawulo zifeesinga ebizibu bino mu ngeri za njawulo yes mu Buganda tuyinza okugamba amasomero tulina mabi naye nga ddepo y'obubi gye tuliko ate si yemu n'abali mu Eastern region oba mu Northern oba mu West katwagala nga tuba tuweereza zino ssente tuzichanolinge according to need okusinziira ku bwetaavu. So yeyo priority yaffe number 8 in brief ngala we lwabagambye bannayuganda mwenna nagezezaako okumenya manifesto zino priority zonna 11 mu Luganda kuva kutesoka paka kwesembayo peji yange nze natabe ku TikTok n'abalala basharinze ku X. So in case totegeera Luganda babadde basharinga muzungu bonna bonna nga bibadde bikalubirizaamu osobola okugenda ku TikTok eyo ne weeyongera okwennyonnyoka zino zonna priorities mu lulimi Oluganda neeyanziza nnyo.
Kyakemalenjagala ogaatako nti akakiiko kagenda kubeerako abakulembeze b'ennono abamu manyi nti mubadde mutukute kulandinge naye. I know some of you have been enjoying the presentation, but we are about to come to an end. I know that some of you have been enjoying the presentations, but we are about to come to our end. We have only 3 that are left. We will present those quite quickly, and then we recognize that time has been fast spent. We don't want to keep you here. We have told you the new government want people to work, to use their talents, to develop our nation. So we want to give you also time to prepare yourselves for the new government. That said, I'm going to welcome our next member, Councillor Stasi Marvin, to talk about how we are going to position our country to the diaspora. Just going to speak to how we are going to position our foreign policy outlook. Let me welcome Councillor Stasi Marvin to come and present in the next 5 minutes. Thank you.
Hi.
So I rarely speak in public. I am still trying to catch my breath. I hope you can bear with me. I'm happy to see you here. My name is Stasi Marvin. I think I've already been introduced. By show of hands, how many of you know a doctor called David Sylvester? How many of you have you heard of a doctor called David Sylvester? Okay, no one. So, Dr. Mujimu is or was a surgeon. He worked for 26 years in a country called Namibia. When he was approaching his retirement, the Namibian government blocked his bank accounts. They didn't just block his bank accounts, they took 6 billion Uganda shillings of his savings and they took them to their central bank. Dr. Mujimu sued everyone he could in Namibia and he went all the way up to the Supreme Court and he lost. In frustration, Dr. Mujimu gathered the little that he had left. He gathered his cars, there were about 3, 2 state-of-the-art Land Cruisers and a Toyota Fortuner. This is 2017, and he hit the road from Namibia to Uganda. He came by road. He came with his cars, and he came with hundreds of millions of cash. When he reached the border at Mutukula, he was arrested by a team of JAT and Ugandan police officers from Interpol. They arrested him from no man's land, took his money, about 300 million, and then now brought him up to a police post somewhere in Mutukula. They accused him of funding rebels fighting the Ugandan government. And after a while, they released him. They set him free on police bond. But the real thing that they wanted, the real reason why they arrested him was
take the money and the property. So in as much as they set him free, they held onto the cars, and of course they held onto the cash because formally and under the law, they had not taken the money. He went and complained to Professional Standards Unit, and eventually the charges against him of fighting the regime were found bogus and they were dismissed. After some time, this whole ordeal traumatized him so much. He became a drug addict. When I say drugs, I really mean medical drugs. So he started abusing drugs and they took him to Tarika Hospital. But after some time, he escaped from the hospital and went back to his home in the constituency of Honorable Seru Kenya. It was in Chikajo Match in the Savagao. So one random day in September 2018, Dr. Mujimu committed suicide. He left a suicide note that said he had committed suicide because of the stealing of his property by Ugandan police and everything that he had gone through. Now, the story of Dr. Mujimu, I believe, is a story that many of our comrades in the diaspora find relatable. You, our comrades, are patriotic, you are hardworking, and you love your country. But you left Uganda because Uganda had stopped protecting and working for you. There is so much you can contribute to our country's development, but remain underutilized, you remain neglected by a regime that now sees you as enemies instead of seeing you as citizens with full and equal rights. You are abused and sometimes killed at work, but Uganda never intervenes for you. You can't renew your passports or get national IDs without hassle. Bureaucracy when you try to invest back home. You cannot protect your property in Uganda because you're so far away. You are homesick. You miss your families. You miss your friends. You miss relatives. You miss that smell of the soil when we just had a downpour, when we just had rain. Some of you are on expired visas, especially in the Arab countries, but you cannot return home because, first of all, you can't afford the air ticket, and you also cannot afford the fines. You are doing jobs that you hate to death, but you continue doing them anyway because your life depends on them. You are enduring all the suffering because of poor leaders, but you cannot vote them out because you are too far away from Uganda. So you are basically excluded from the politics, from the life, from the economy, and from the decision making of this very country to which you contribute about 5 trillion Uganda shillings every single year. Well, I am here to comfort you and let you know that the National Unity Platform sees your struggles. We feel your pain, and we are committed to ending that pain in the following terms. Number 1, we shall ensure that you can vote in Uganda's elections no matter where you might be in the world. We shall remove all unnecessary limits to you acquiring your citizenship. Number 3, we shall grant automatic citizenship to any child under 18 years, that's both Ugandan parents in the diaspora. Our embassies shall process your passports and national IDs within 7 days of you applying for them. We shall facilitate the elderly, the distressed Ugandans abroad to return home. We shall also assist them to readjust life in Uganda and settle in like they never left. We shall organize and fund annual culture trips for Ugandan children born in the diaspora to learn more about their culture and languages. We shall introduce what is called diaspora bonds, through which you, our comrades in the diaspora, who are able and willing, shall lend money to the government with the guarantee that you will get it back with a fat interest. We shall run a digital investment center through which you will be able to register businesses, buy property, make other investments in Uganda right from your mobile phone. We shall operate a secure and digital land registry system and amend our land laws to make sure that you can buy, sell, or enforce your rights in land without stepping in Uganda. As for our skilled professionals, we shall facilitate your temporary or permanent return home and reserve for you employment opportunities in our public service. For Ugandans suffering in Arab countries, we shall have free embassy services to fight in your corner. In other words, we shall grant the diaspora, number one, your full political rights. Number two, the economic instruments you need to trade. Number three, the legal protections you need to be safe and keep what you can. Number four, we shall grant you a seat at the policy table deciding Uganda's future. I have read from cover to cover the manifestos of the two strongest opponents to our presidential candidate. This is exactly what those manifestos promise you, our comrades in the diaspora. These are the promises we make to you. So to back up our plan for the diaspora, as part of our foreign policy, this is what we came to do. Number one, we are going to withdraw all non-career diplomats from our embassies and replace them with competent professionals. Number two, we are going to renegotiate international agreements, prioritize the interests of Ugandans, while at the same time ensuring that these agreements still remain beneficial to our neighbors and to the international community. In short, we are going to turn Uganda into a country that works for all Ugandans and shows up for them no matter where they might be on this planet. We shall build a new Uganda where we will never again be raped, tortured, dehumanized, and forced into exile just because you hold a contrary political opinion. That Uganda community is very possible. When I visited Dubai in 2022 and I saw the transformation that desert had gone through, I concluded, me as a person, that any country can transform itself if it decides to. All it needs are leaders who are intentional and have the will to do what's right, no matter the cost. To transform Uganda, we just need political will. We don't need magic, we don't need miracles. And that political will now has a face. It has a name, and it has a heartbeat. And the man seated right there. He knows what it means to rise from nothing and achieve everything.
Testing microphone.
To risk everything. Fight in the hope that if he remains in that fight long enough, tomorrow will be a better day for everyone. So let us take a bet on this Moses of our time, a man who led himself from the struggles, from the trenches, from the ghettos of Kamocha, and turned himself into a global success story. Let us take a bet on President Kavule and see if he won't lead our country into the maker of freedom and opportunity that we all yearn for. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Marvin. That was very clear. Some of you are wondering, he told you he has read other parties' manifestos. When he put up a piece of paper, you saw nothing. In case you're wondering, he's just saying that other parties have nothing for you who stay in the diaspora. Thank you so much, Councillor Marvin, once again. We only have two people left, and perhaps these are the very important points we need to listen to. We were deliberate when we saved the best for the last. So we are going to have Miss Natavi Maria, the Koska. Some of you know the one but it's a bit different, you just have to tilt it a little. Who is also a NEC member and one of our finest leaders from Eastern Uganda. Allow me to welcome her to present about the environment.
Thank you very much, Comrade Lawel. People power! Our power! People power! NUP! Everywhere! Kunga, Uganda, Kunga! I am by the name is Maria Ledokoska Natabi Kasukali Kabutembe Okubambi Kadobye Butembe. era omubaka agemye bendera ya nupu ebutembe mu Jinja district. Nino kutwala omukisa guno okwebaza Mr. President n'okwisusaayo ebusoga weebale weebalire irala kutulaga mukwano wasookera eka gye bakuzaala ebidaadaabo ebusoga weebale. Today I'll be addressing priority area number 10, which talks about ensuring sustainable management of natural resources and climate resiliency. Mwidi bulungi nti tuli bagayiganga ewanga Uganda era President ayiyenga abakobera nti ebyobutonde ebyobugayiga bye tulina bingi ino abula obukulembeze bwe tulina n'obutali kubikozesa kimala kutubigayigawaza ife abanansi. And that is where the problem is. Our problem is leadership. Our problem are not resources, because we are endowed in all ways. However, we also have a challenge of climate change. Climate change has affected our natural resources in various ways. I understand climate change is a global challenge. However, there are things leaders are doing to ensure that this climate change does not affect their people as badly as it is affecting us. Mwena mwiji ntenda kudino tosobola ku planningira bya bulimi ng'osinziira ku maadi agali kutonda ag'obwerere Katonda g'abanga atuwadde. Olina okuteekateeka mu ngeri ey'enjawulo. Aye gavumenti enteviireeyo kutuwa bukugu obwo kuteekateeka bya bulimi byaife. N'ensonga lwaki ennaku dino endala nningi. People do not have food because of the food insecurity caused by the climate change, okukyusa amaadi engeri gye gali kutonamu ate ng'awo tuli kusinziira. You also know climate change is affecting our natural resources and land use, especially with the wetlands. You've seen how landslides have also affected our people, especially in the mountainous areas. And you know very well how climate change has also led to the degradation of our biggest resource, which are the fertile soils. You also know that climate change does not only affect our social well-being, or does not only affect the environmental well-being of our country, but it affects our infrastructure development. Mubutambula muboina kunga amadi gagwire wane Kampala mu kibuga kyaimwe kyamwete ekibuga. Amadi bwe gagwa.
Share the live.
Kale eno na sente damu wa musolo. Therefore, it is also taking us back. Awatu bakitaire sente okukola ku ebitontono byetulukusasulira mu sente damu wa musolo era amadi gali kwongera okola ki okubyonoona. Bw'olingirira n'ensansanya ya sente gy'omuwi w'omusolo eri kweyongera olwa climate change. Inti sawa ena mwita kubona di supplementary budget diri kwida mpala
kugambye tuli ku manifesto ya His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu tanayogera.
Gavumenti ene tasobola kutyamba ya planningira bulungi eiwanga lino omwaka mulamba. Tukoba inti landslide iwe nga gavumenti gwetuwe sente enyingi okulingirira ebintu by'emberi. You cannot forecast and mitigate such challenges and even include them in our budget. The problem of our country is not because we are under-resourced. The problem of this country is poor and bad leadership. And that is what the Nationality Platform is offering you through His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. An agile leader. Atadilingirire wala nga tutusobola tutwenda ku supplementary budget abulanga tudiplanningira mu bwire ebintu ebinaba bigwirewo ebyo tujabikola tutya. Tujja kunoona empeereza tutegeere buli climate change weerigema okusobola okuboneka nga tutegeera gavumenti kyerina okolawo nga kikaali kukola ki nga kikaali kubaawo.
Okay, na comment gyendabye and I think I have to say something about it. bamuyise Kimuli Haman. Thank you so much, Kimuli Haman. Kimuli Haman has said, even if someone is bewitched, the Manifesto has all it needs for the blind to see, the lame to walk, and a vision of transforming Uganda to look like Europe. One love, brother. Thank you for presenting. Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, it has it all, I can say. Mpozi ngolitaga laba. Ayagala muvunulira. Abali kuvunula naye tugenda nabivunula nga live ewedde. Thank you so much. Share the live.
Change abantu bajja kukwatana ringa nife tusobole okubonekanga tukola ku bizibu ebiri kutuleetebwaku climate change. Ensonga ey'okubiri n'ensonga ey'oku adaptinga climate responsive budgeting framework. Eyo nekola etya kyembakobye nti twetaaga abakulembeze n'obukugu obujja okusoma embeera ng'ekaali kubaawo. Bwe tusoma embeera eyo ng'ekaali kubaawo twaba ni pulaani ekendeeza ku mbeera eyo etya bw'ejja okugwa ku bantu, era twasobola n'okwinongola abantu ssente ddala bwe tuli kujja nga tebali kugigugulagugule. Ensonga ey'okusatu ni climate adaptation fund. Sente elijja okuyamba omuntu wa bulijjo okusobola okwenganga enembeera eya climate change, oba amaanyi gano agali kugwa amangi, entoba ziri bali floods eziri kuwamba n'endala eri kuido olwa climate change, era nga omwo tujja kubaamu n'esente elijja okuyambaku okwakusesinga amaadi. Imwe abalimi lwaki odanga okulinda amaadi Katonda gw'otayogera naye nti ajja kukuwa amaadi ekyo ogalinde nga tigajja kuyida nga mulina president wa His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu ayidi nti mulina enanda Victoria, mulina enanda Kyoga, mulina omuyiga nayo osobola okugamba n'ebintu bingi ayo olw'obwire kambire kawo aye mujje musome. Please go and read this manifesto. Buli bw'ogisoma oba n'amaanyi g'erina g'entuogekano ensonga eyindi twenda okutaawo emirimu gye tweta green jobs ni climate smart enterprises, nga bino tujja kusinziira mu bintu nga renewable energies. Obusibu climate change eno bwe buli kuvanga n'okubanga tuli kukozesa bubi obutonde bwaife. Bane emiti tugimazeewo gena nga tuli kujja mu manda. Aye president waife yatukolye bw'anaafuuka president ati amasanalaze gajja kuba ga 5. Oyinza kuba weetaaga ki okujja okugula amanda gajja kuba gakuyamba ki ng'amasanalaze ga 5 oyinza kufumbiranga kuki ku masanalaze. Aye ate waliwo n'ebintu twetaaga solar energy. Akasana kano katwokyera bwereere nga tituli kukakozesa kukutoolamu maanyi gajja kutuyamba kufumba nakukola nakumulisa mayumba gaife. Lwaki tusula mu nzikiza ng'emisana tuba n'akasana akangi oti ni kano. Ensonga eyindi mbaire mu sidinti eyekalamoja awazira amasanalaze wali yempewo tetusobola okufuula amasanalaze mubaire timukindi kuba gavumenti eno yabawudiisa yabalimba but I'm just saying, the people of Karamoja, the President Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu and his government is going to turn the wind that disturbs you into electricity to light your houses and give you electricity to cook and do all other things. Nga n'ensonga ey'okubonekanga tugema ku bintu ebijja okwiza obutonde bwaife okubuwa amaanyi sobola okubonekanga obutonde obwo ate bututaasa ebizibu bye tutasoboire kwetegekera. Bana kino ekintu mbaliriza nga mbakoba ekintu kirala. Bino ebintu bye tuli kusoma n'okuwandiika byonna byonna birungi aye tibidda kubaawo bwe kubanga timutwegaiseeko okubita mu kalulu okwekalakaasa akalulu okwekanaiza tujja tulonde tuzimbe Uganda empyaka nga tutiikinga manvuuli buli bweri. Komanda asooka ni His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu era ambasa
Thank you so much. I told you I sent you the best also at the last. I'm left with only one person who came to them. However, after that person, we have an artist who I'm going to talk about now. And after that, we shall have Commander 001, the next president. The person going to implement all this. I can't wait. That said, allow me to welcome the last person, Miss Precious. She's going to talk about technology. Allow me to introduce Precious, the last person, to talk about a tech-driven economy. Thank you.
People power. Our power. People power. I know you're a little bit tired, but bear with me. People power. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the energy we need to enter the new Uganda, otherwise we are stuck. So, I'm not a good speaker and I have a challenge that I'm going to speak after someone with a lot of energy, so I hope I can keep up. So, abantu banje bamba
President anatero okugera omukyalo oyo wavaako President yaddako, so make sure sharing a live. President yaddako omukyalo oyo wamala okwogera. Yes, sharing President yaddako at the moment.
To Uganda, and you're going to wonder why my name is Nalinya, Wali Mutala Mumbeja, Nengena Kokero Runyankoli. Nze Nalinya Precious Julian, na atendi ngenda kokera mu Runyankoli ebintu ebisinga kubanga nze ndi muna Uganda omutuufu. Kitegeeza ki tumulekeraawo okutwawula yawula ffe tuli bana Uganda, nkimanyisa tuli abanya Uganda. Mwakitenga ekyo? So today nza kubalinga priority 11 eya technology. Nikimanya tulina abaana bingi abakozesa omutimbagano. Do you have TikTokers around? Yes. All of us. Yeah. And I'm sure all of you are holding your phones. Yeah. So this government understands that we are in the 21st century and understands that we are a young generation. So Ugandans cannot afford to be left behind in this technology era. Ekyo kimayisa government ya Kyagulanyi tekuza kusiga muntu wena nyuma. Nekimanyi tunekozesa technology, so a priority ya mani technology. Priority 11 is transforming Uganda into a tech-driven economy through innovation. Why is this priority important? According to the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, trade lowers costs, creates jobs, expands markets, yet 30% of Africans actively participate in digital trade compared to 50% in Asia. Uganda's ICT only accounted for 0.5% of the annual of the total annual exports. Also, our internet costs about $2.6 per gigabyte, and it is the highest in the region. When you compare with other regions around us, Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, our internet is the most expensive. What does this mean? It means we are not lacking potential. It means we are just limited by high internet costs, limited digital literacy, and weak policy frameworks, for which, if we are to compete regionally and globally, these issues must be addressed.
Nkugambye President yaddako okwogera omukyalo oyo wamala, His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu yaddako.
And connectivity, the new government will halve the cost of internet within 5 years by reducing data taxes, investing in regional internet, and will expand affordable broadband internet to every sub-region, prioritizing schools, healthcare, and trading centers. so that no community is left behind. Ekintu kimanyisa ki nuperiyo nekiramu tulalonde president wiitu tulateekeka ku maintenance ya omubuyinza nkimanyisa nibakutucendeereza omu myaka etano ekubanza nibakucendeeza intaneti by half nkimanyisa waba ogula data yawalwa nogigula aha shiringi 5 n'okutandika kugigula aha shiringi 25 nikyo kikumanyisa. Education and skilling development. To build a digital country, we must build a digital citizen. Nkimanyiisa ki wano oyenda kukozesa technology olina okwegesa abantu okubala kikozesa. Nupu government yatugiramu nekwata buli ssomero nebyewitukulya akwerukayo mbarra nibakubateerayo computer labs. Tukuza kwetagisa kuga mbarra kwisha kwega kubiibiraho amasomero nibegesa computer. No, Nupu government is saying you are going to have good equipped computer laboratories in your regions. Let's talk about health. The new government will transform healthcare delivery. It will roll out a national e-health system that includes electronic recording, telemedicine services, digital drug tracking to improve efficiency and access. Health workers will be trained in digital diagnostics and patients management, while data analytics will be used for epidemic preparedness, disease surveillance, targeted interventions, and this will ensure that quality health care reaches every corner. Wargo wanyu mbwarga owanyu bushenyi wisha Kampala nuperiyo nekira mutoza kutanka kutambula na basa z'empapurezi no nekola system ngwisha n'obwire bwawe nobugamba amazina gawe notayo ID yawe nibamanya obwire obukushasha kandi ng'omwana okuyakira ngozi ziba bije ekakumisa ebyebyeye kuleetaha obe kwisha nibandi bamanya konka bayikuziya kabaka kubimanya. So we are saying this data will help us to prepare and know abantu bambara bagwire munomu mfisha tubakorech just so kwebuzabuza wabatakukimanyi. Agriculture. Of course, we all understand that agriculture remains the backbone of Uganda's economy, and technology can make it smarter and more productive. It will create a national digital agricultural platform that provides farmers with real-time weather updates, market prices, and extension services. The previous speaker talked about the uncertainty of weather, that we can't tell when it's going to rain or when it's not going to rain. But the new government is saying, no, our dear farmers, with technology, we can tell you when it's going to rain, when it's going to shine, and we can actually tell you that you can take your things in a certain market. Nchimanyisa, mutokuza kuwasa kutokuza kulina mshana kwaka, owenshura kugwa for you to plant. No, nibakuhereza service asumu yawe kugambira unomanya amateka awe no gatwaro mukatarikananga ekintu zakuzahari so they are going to make
omukyalo oyo wamala okugera president yaddako, so get ready, share the live gamba muno weereza link, use this 1 minute esigaddeyo 5 minutes sorry sharing a live nkugambye enamba eri ku screen osobola oweerezako clips ez'enjawulo abasirikale bye bakola bya obujulizi ezo osobola otekako oba osobola okuweerezako support kyonna ky'oba oyagadde okuweerezako. That is the number. Obujulizi kintu kikulu nnyo mu kano akalulu. Thank you so much. All right.
So no government is saying no, we are going to put these things very much available to you and near to you through technology. Ng'omuntu tateekeddwa kujjako ombuzi okumanya details z'ekibanja kyo oba nantayito yo woweeri. Let me talk about economy and innovation. To expand digital access, we will cut access on smartphones, computers, internet devices, and then of course there will no promises to fund small startups in agribusiness. Of course, this is important for those who are worried that they are removing. I had rumors on internet. I'm so good at internet, and I'm always there. For those who know me, there was a rumor are saying Nup wants to scrap off what is talking these days. PDM, yes. And so don't get worried. The Nup is saying we are going to create a fund for agribusinesses, for the youth who have small businesses to start up, not to give money to some random person who eats the money and then random people are paraded as though they were funded. Last but not least, of course, as we talk about digitalization, it is important to talk about the national security and digital rights. The new government promises to expand digital opportunities. We will also make sure digital safety. NUP will strengthen cybersecurity capacities to combat fraud, hacking, online crimes, and of course teach enforcement and judiciary, enforcement and the judiciary will be trained to handle cyber crimes cases effectively. We also run public campaigns and data protection, because we know recently there was a saga, an investigation that was conducted by BBC about human trafficking, and this criminal had access to our data, and everyone kept asking the same question: how did this criminal have access to our NIRA data? Because he gets all the information from NIRA. And of course, as usual, this question was never answered. But the new government is saying we are going to protect your data, we are going to protect you from hackers, we are going to protect you from online harassment and anything in between. How will this be done? They intend How will this be done? Of course, they don't want to silence dissent, but they want to ensure space remains free and safe and productive. Because this is important. We know the young Ugandans are earning off the internet, but somehow the dictator, who is, of course, the 21st century leader, is stuck in the 18th. I don't know if there is the 16th. I think that it is okay to take off Facebook, which was feeding people are connecting, and of course we live in a global village, so this is very important that we connect. So in conclusion, a tech-driven Uganda is not just a dream, it is a deliberate and achievable voice. A Uganda where a farmer can check prices on their phone, a patient consults a doctor online, a student learns coding in their rural areas, and a person earns global income in their village. Under the new Uganda now, technology will not just be a tool, but it will be an engine, transformation, opportunity, prosperity, and together let us push Uganda into the digital future. People power, our power, people power. Thank you so much for listening to me. Abantu bambanda numayeto kukola abantu bantungamo Western people omulumo twine kumwe konka. For so many years ndwagira ngwito turije konka inactors tukubi. So tulijire twajya mturuku president nito tuliye nyuma yawo.
Thank you so much. Precious, I think that was elaborate. Maybe what you need to take home from what you are saying is that the cost of internet is going to be low, which means whoever kubeera ku TikTok tolina kwewola ssente olabe ku manifesto and party gye tubaddeko wano kuba internet mwaka kaseera egenda kulwanga osobola see a bay. And I think what I want to add is that one of the controversial things that have come from that manifesto point is that we shall deliver medicine where you are. And often these things seem ambitious, but when you just cross to Rwanda, we have programs where drones can deliver medicine. You don't have to go through traffic to access that medicine. I think what you're also saying is that if we can expand internet connectivity, because once you step out of Kampala and go to neighboring districts, internet. But if we can do that, it means that we give you an opportunity to innovate and to do all these other things. But also I think there's a lot of willingness that people want to invest in young tech ideas. If we can pacify this country, make internet easy, a lot of investment will come in. So we have come to the end of the presentation on the priority areas. I will ask each of us to clap for our able panel. If anyone tells you that they have not understood the NUP manifesto. Either they were not paying attention today or they don't want to read. And like the lawyers always say, ignorance is not a replacement of absence of facts, so ignorance is not defense. So anyone who says that they don't believe that a new Uganda will fundamentally change this country will be lying. And they're not talking about fundamental failure. There are people who have used that word and it no longer makes sense. The only evidence we have is that people now think things can't change fundamentally. But we have guaranteed you today and we have showed you what is in it for you. So before we have an artist, I will ask each of us to humble ourselves. We have colleagues who have been imprisoned. We know them now as political prisoners. One of them wrote a letter to us, and he said we need to pass on his communication. So I'll ask each of us to pay attention and listen to what he has to say. He's called Muyode Hamidu. On 2nd October 2025, he wrote this letter, and this is what he said. Greetings all Ugandan masses, foot soldiers. I write this from Luzira Upper Prison. He says, we take this opportunity to send our message to all foot soldiers across the country. First of all, we thank our President, His Excellency Bobiwine, for always standing with us in all situations. In all situations we go through, and we do thank all our leaders who visit us in prisons. We kindly thank those who help our families and always attend our court trials. We really appreciate you for the courage that you give us. A message to all foot soldiers. We are in prison, but we have no hope that we can attend our court trials. We really appreciate you for the courage. We have our hope in you. We respect you, brothers and sisters. We are praying for you in this campaign struggle. We are updated in all campaign areas that you go through, and our flag bearers of nationalunityplatform across the country. We request you to please do whatever you can to bring justice, liberty, equality, and fraternity in Uganda. As we continue with this restarted, re-empowered, and recharged struggle for a new and a better Uganda, we join Mr. President, His Excellency Bobiwine, by reminding you always remain focused, be sober, protect each other from a dictator, and let Ugandans be mindful of brothers and sisters who lost their lives in this struggle. Think of us who are in prison.
All right, President yaddako okwogera ono bamwise Makiki sleeve ya New Uganda with brains, young full package. Whoa, we are proud of you comrades. People power, our power. Webale kuweereza mukwano. Big up. Thank you so much. Yeah, wano tuli President yaddako okwoga at the moment. Number eri ku screen oweerezako obujulizi oba kyonna government omuntu ali official mu government kyali okola. Yeah, right now oba osolowezako support oba konna akasente koyagala. Yeah, let's continue. President yaddako.
The autocratic government. We are smelling change, but the change can only come from working hard. And we can't change the past, but we can change the future. So let's work hard in the campaign. We wish you a blessed journey in these campaigns. Remember that every word in this campaign means war. May Allah give you courage and strength to overthrow the autocratic government. May Allah give you the gift of knowledge and make the best decision for this country, Uganda. And he says, people power, people power, let's fight for a new Uganda. He shares this message to everyone, and please translate it in different languages countrywide. He says he thanks you, Muyode Hamidu, political prisoner from Luzira Upper Prison. Muyode speaks for all the people that have been in prison for just sticking to their conscience and failing to give in to this government which seeks to deprive them of our conscience, which is supposed to be a God-given right that they can exercise. Having said that, I'm going to welcome an artist who of us have known. His name is C-Wine Nalokalala.
NUP! Only remember this is C-Wine Nalokalala. Animasi! Come! Shit with it! Rastafari! no give up. No matter what the situation, no matter what kind of tension, no matter when you depend on tension.
Alright, nga siwayina lukalala wayimba munzikirizo bagamba baliko. Thank you so much okubanga mukyaliko. Tuli ku manifesto ya His Excellence Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu okugisaba okulula ku kitebe kya National Unity Platform Kavule. Abantu bali confused bebuuza nti okusaba okulula ne launching kitegeeza ki? Launching ya launchingibwa eriwa ya eri Mbasoga. Sorry nerabiddeyo erinnya kale linvudde mu mutwe. I'm sorry. Kati wano kiba okugisaba okulula okitegeera kyova bagizanyeemu omuzannyo ne bakola ki. So saa zino His Excellence Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu yaddako okwogera. Let me hope guys you're ready. Subscribing, liking or commenting. Enamba jola ku screen osobola oweerezaako obujulizi bwonna bukilipu bwonna bw'oyina. N'ekirala osobola okuba nga oteekako ka support if you want. Byonna twebaza weebaza. Thank you so much. Aliko wenna katuuze siwayina lukalala. Yeah, man. Listen to me again. You cannot sit there, you walk all up without each other. But I come here, this is just my life to walk with us. Kulawa, sometimes you walk with Jawa. But I will tell you about the day, but I will tell you about the day, but you will not have to tell you about the day. She goes about the day, and I was out of the day. She will not walk with the level. NUP! Everywhere! Tetuina sawa ndala chigizo bagamba. Tetuina chi? Tetuina chi? Eno chi? Eno sawa. Omusajja bugenda baba.
Maybe what I want to say is that in a national platform, we are very spiritual as well. We believe in God, we believe in Allah, and He's the one who has brought us this far, and He's going to be with us in the new Uganda. Allah will welcome, I like her so much, Allah will welcome Honorable Namboze to give us a scripture.
Alright, kasitota ndiko laba abantu abo. Honorable Namboze agenda kutusomeramu ekigambo.
believed in one common thing, equal rights and justice. They believed in freedom for all people, especially the black people, the African people. So, if you see a Rasta man posing around with dreadlocks but not believing in equal rights and justice, that is not Rasta, that is rascalat. So I salute to my brother. We bali nakubulirira abavubuka. Kikulu nnyo abavubuka omuntu akabulirira ne bawulira yoyo omuvubuka ngabo yoyo ayise waje bayise. We bali bajjukiza nti okubeera omuntu omubi tekikufuula wakabe. Milako will put it straight that bad man and bad man is two different things. Can't mix and mingle the two of them. I also appreciate the drama team from the School of Leadership for the skit that you presented here. Thank you very much. In this our struggle, music, dance and drama will always carry a center stage. It has been music, dance and drama, creativity and poetry. It's been art that has liberated people right from the days of slavery, through colonialism, through dictatorship. And it's what's going to carry us through. So we salute that area, we salute you, Comrade Nobiandi, Selector Devi, Namwena Wakwakaganya area, I also want to sympathize with Dr. Nalukwago. Dr. Nalukwago, we listen to you. Tukusaziranga walabane numba. Dr. Nalukwago bata tubulira nti numba zamulumira mudwalire eri omukyalo ng'agenze mu toilet. Walaba nnyo munnaye nze manya numba zezaali zinumyeko nze zannumira nno ku muti gwa muyembe zannuma poliisi nemala wiiki namba nga linnuma naye kati gwe nkubamu akafaananyi oba zaakulumyewa. Naye tukusalira munnange badru zaakulumye before oba after. I want to salute the comrades that have presented today. Comrade Awel, the young man, the intelligent young man that you are, and the way you present it gives me hope, gives me confidence that the young people of this generation are actually seeing through the curtain that has been put before our eyes. They're seeing the future. They're seeing the promised land. They're seeing the new Uganda. I want to appreciate the policy team that has been able to clearly paint a picture for us. Very eloquent young men and women, very passionate young men and women, very imaginative young men and women. At least we are able to see the Uganda we want, the Uganda we're aspiring for, and indeed the Uganda that we must achieve. I have no doubt that the picture of that new country is now clearer. We see where we want to go. We are not just what Mao loves to call Agende. Yes, we are Agende. Why no Agenda? He is a roadblock between us and our future. But we've said it before and I want to reassert it again. That we're not only fighting to liberate ourselves, we are fighting to carry ourselves beyond liberation. We are fighting to be able to paint our own destiny. And I'm very glad that for these 2 or 3 hours, these young people have been they've been able to clearly paint a picture. Ladies and gentlemen, these are not my ideas as an individual. No, these are ideas of numerous young men and women. These are ideas of the young generation, young Ugandans from across Uganda. Look at them. From the north to the west, to the east, to the south and central. This is Uganda summarized. These ideals and ideas, they represent all of us. They represent both our pain and our aspiration. They represent the aspirations of a new generation. These thoughts and presentations ladies and gentlemen, they represent a generation that refuses to be defined by the fear and the hate and the hopelessness that has been imposed on us. Fear has been imposed on us. We fear each other. Hate has been imposed on us. We've been taught to hate each other. We've been conditioned to feel helplessness, to feel helpless, to believe that we can't go past here. Thank you very much, my brothers and sisters, for making it clear that we have a future that is tangible, a future that is seen, a future that we are going to achieve. And I also want to add my voice on yours in the affirmative that we are indeed going to build a new country for ourselves and our children. We are going to build that country for ourselves, by ourselves. I might be the one leading, and I've told you this before, that I don't present myself to lead this struggle, this charge for a new Uganda because I'm the most educated or most qualified. I present myself because it is a calling, just like every one of you. But nothing gives me confidence to see that behind me there's quality. Behind me, the young men and women, them is very qualified, very knowledgeable, well-traveled, passionate about a new Uganda. We have young doctors here, we have young lawyers here, we have journalists, we have people from all walks of life. And yes, we have people like myself and Nubian newer artists. We have people like Eddie Mutwe. We have people like Zambari. Zambari. Zambari Mukono. So it is possible, ladies and gentlemen. I have no doubt that it's possible. But I was moved even deeper by the presentation of Maria Ledochos-Kanatabi, who put it clearly that these are just dreams. Brothers and sisters, these are but just dreams. This is but just an imagination, a dream that we can either achieve but also can fail to achieve. This is a dream that we can get, but this is a dream that we can also fail to achieve and keep dreaming about it if we don't take the necessary steps. Over a few years ago, I've learned that in life you don't get what you deserve. You get what you negotiate for. In fact, you get what you fight for, not what you deserve. But brothers and sisters, again I want to tell you that what we deserve, what you deserve, is worth fighting for. Yes, it does. What do we have to do then? Let's do the necessary. Step number one, start by magnifying this, by amplifying this. I like that this has been presented those of you that are on social media, please help us. Share these on your social media handles. We've been saying that that phone is a very powerful tool. Please lend it to Uganda. Lend your TikTok account to Uganda, your Facebook account, your Twitter account, all platforms that you can. Show people what Uganda can achieve. Support the NUP or the NUP candidate. At least let every young Ugandan understand what Uganda can turn into. And then we can decide who takes us there. I've already shown you that me, I have the law to take you there. But at least let us first understand where we want to go as a country. Let's understand the kind of country that we want. And then we will find the courage to take the first, second, and more steps towards that Uganda that we want to get to. So, help us, push it. I know we have different talents. Those that can animate it, break it down, simplify it. Let even a young child of 5-6 years understand the kind of country that we want, because we are not going to stop. I told you a few weeks ago that we are not going to wait to celebrate when we get there. We shall celebrate along the way. Even knowledge of what we want to achieve is victory enough. Let us celebrate it and then keep moving towards it. So break it down for those people, make it understandable. Then another thing I want to tell you, brothers and sisters, organize, organize, organize. Send this message down to the common people. Build teams, zitwaite gari. Build teams, let them go door to door, not just asking for a vote, but painting a picture of what people are voting for. I want people to know what they are voting for. So organize, go to your constituencies, you the leaders. I really love your company on the campaign trail, but I request you to spend more time in your constituencies. Go there, don't wait for me to come to your constituency with you. While we turn the nation upside down, turn your constituency upside down, and organize, organize, organize. Identify polling agents, identify people who will help us at every step of this democratic revolution. Muzimbe gari, inywere. Also, while at it, please identify alternative means of communication. We all know the Museveni kind of election, and I'm sure he thinks that he is bringing his usual nonsense in this election. So, think ahead. We all know what these people are planning. Think ahead. You know they're going to switch off the network. You know they're going to switch off the internet. Plan ahead. Find alternative ways of communication so that we are in touch as a nation. We are entering a very critical phase of this revolution. So I charge you to go and find different ways. Sit down, burn the midnight candle. Form discussion groups. You never know. Maybe your small group has the idea that will liberate us. So work together, build together, and let us do it, because I know we are going to do it. This, ladies and gentlemen, many people hear us. When the struggle is over, we shall wear the victor's crown. We are going into a risky time, but we can choose to see it from two different perspectives. From one side, you can look at it as a risk, and from the other side, you can choose to look at it as an opportunity. So, let's make the brave choices. Like I said, they hear us singing, when the struggle is over, we shall wear the victor's crown. What is that victor's crown? That is the one. What they just explained here. The first 11 and more will come when the struggle is over, when we defeat General Museveni and his corrupt regime. So, ladies and gentlemen, in that new Uganda, make it clear to the people what they are voting for. They are not voting for Kyagulanyi, the individual. They are voting Kyagulanyi, who represents that. They are not voting for NUP, the political party. They are voting for NUP, which represents that. That is exactly what they are voting for. Anybody that is taking the umbrella, that is what you are voting for. Anybody that is risking, that is what you're risking. Anybody that is fighting, that is exactly what you're fighting for. You're not fighting for money to be put in your pocket. You're fighting for a better country. Look at you as leaders. So when you're going to prison, our brothers that are in prison, and many of us that might go to prison, that is what we are going to prison for. For those that will be tortured, even those that will be killed, that is what we are dying for. And I have good news, my brothers and sisters. Whether you are fighting, that is worth fighting for. Whether you're going to prison, it is worth going to prison for. Even dying, this is worth dying for. Because we are doing this for our children and our children's children. We are doing it because the alternative is slavery. And me as an individual, and I believe all of you, or most of you, would rather die than be slaves on the land of your forefathers and foremothers. I can guarantee you that at the end of this, your children will be in charge of their country. They will be able to paint their own destiny. These young men and women, and all those among you, this is a young Uganda. A Uganda that is not a laughing stock among nations. That is the Uganda that we are going to get, ladies and gentlemen. I want to appreciate those that are already involved, especially those that we are moving with on the campaign trail, and those that are moving, those that are working on social media, those in the diaspora that save their working hours to work for Uganda, to send a message for Uganda. You're doing a tremendous job. We really, really appreciate you. I want to appreciate our comrades, especially the foot soldiers, for the discipline. Please clap for yourselves. The discipline that you're exercising on your own selves, and the discipline that you're exercising on the road. Many times I look behind and I feel so proud of the team that we're working for. So disciplined on the road, so kind to the people, so that come to support us, the vulnerable people, the women and children. Thank you very, very much. Once more, I want to again request you to look out for our people. Like I said, on this trail you won't be protecting me but each other and those that come to support us. Please continue protecting them. We have not seen many cases of thugs stealing funds from our supporters. I've told you this before, that the regime had an effort of planting thugs among us so they can spoil our name. It is our duty to protect our people, and we shall do a good job protecting our people. I warned the criminals, I warned them, I want to warn them again. Demokola era, demoloza, timoja mufe, kubabandu bafe, kubaba koi muja kutia. So with those, I want to conclude by appreciating those that have been funding us and those that have been funding our comrades, our foot soldiers. Thank you very much. Thank you for keeping us going. But I must also remind you, and this Honorable Barimwezo whispered to me, yes, we need more support, ladies and gentlemen. We don't need to remind you of what the regime is doing to stifle us, to impoverish us, to cut our speed. We are moving regardless, but we request you not to stop supporting us. I want to confirm to you, ladies and gentlemen, that we are not going to give up. And you cannot defeat people that don't give up, especially when they are younger than you. We are younger than the Museveni regime. We are older than them. We are more determined, and we shall not give up. I can guarantee you that in the end, everything will be all right. And if everything is not all right, then it will not be the end. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Ngeri omusana gye gwako ennyo ne bwesiriza mu Luganda. Ab'emukono baŋŋambye mbizeeko ne mu Luganda. Abasebo ne bannyabo, tusiima nnyo ttiimu yaffe eya polisi, abaami n'abakyala ab'emyaka emito naye nga bagezi nnyo ate nga baagala nnyo ensi yaabwe. Tubeebaza nnyo olw'okutusigira ekifaananyi ekya Uganda empya. Nkakasa kati bantu batono nnyo kabe kasinge nga tebali nawo abatategeera kirooto kya Uganda empya. Kati ffenna tumanyi kye tuyayaanira, tumanyi exactly kye twagala okuteekawo. Tuli basanyufu nnyo ti abantu abatutotoledde abatemeetemye mu bisuubizo byaffe bya Uganda empya bava mu bitundu bya Uganda byonna. Eno kyekino ekifaananyi ekya Uganda, abava mambuka, abava ebuvanjuba ne bugwanjuba, abava mu masekati ne maserengeta, bonna bakiikirira ebirooto n'ebyayaanirwa eby'omugigi omuto ebya Uganda empya, Uganda ejjudde amasanyu, Uganda gye tukakasa nti tulina okufuna mu bulamu bwaffe, Uganda gye tukakasa nti tulina okusala amagezi gonna tugifune omwaka ogujja mu kutema mu bigambo ebitonotono mu myezi 3. Tubeebaza olw'ekifaananyi kye mutusiigidde, kubanga kyongedde okulaga nti ddala yeffe bali be bayogerako. Kuba mwawulira Haji Hussein Kyanjobe yayogerangako generation egyo yeffe, nga syeggwanga ge yabagamba nga yeffe, ne mu byawandiikibwa wonabonna mpozi ebyasomye yeffe. Yeffe twagaana okutuumibwa oba okuumibwa mu busibe oba obukyayi oba okutya n'oba obutaba na ssuubi. Ffe twasalawo ebiseera byaffe eby'omu maaso tubiteeke mu ngalo zaffe, kulwaffe, olw'abazadde baffe, naye okusingira ddala ku lw'abaana baffe. Era nga tubakakasa ese tugenda gizimba baganda bange. Bino byonna bye mulabye ebimu badde mu Luzungu, ebirala mu Luganda, naye bijja kutuukawo. Naye nga mwanyinaffe n'attabira edo kyosika okuva e Busoga e Butembe bwatugambye nti bino byonna bikyali birooto, bino byonna bikyali biteeberezo, bino byonna ssuubi, bino birooto. Naye era njagala mmanye nti bino birooto bye tusobola era bye tukolerera okutuukako mu bbanga eritali lyawala. Naye nga bamukube engalo zammwe, njagala mumanye nti era bino bye birooto bye tusobola okulemwa okutuukako. Tusobolera ddala okulemwa okubituukako singa tetukola kituufu. Ekituufu kye kiruwa? Ekituufu basebo ne bannyabo kwe kumanya nti mu bulamu tofuna ekyo ky'osaanidde kufuna, nedda ofuna ekyo ky'okayaniridde, kabe kasinga ekyo ky'olwaniridde. Emirimu gye bagenda kuleetera wakaafu soosiyo, oba toli mu matiko osaana okangule ku boyisiyo, sigala ku koosiyo, era manya lwaizo tolema kolerera Uganda gwezimba nkwangalemu wadde nga nkoosiyo eyali wa choisiyo bannange. Ekirooto kino tusobolera ddala okulemwa okukifuna singa tetukoze ekituufu. Eky'omukisa omulungi, ekituufu tukimanyi baganda bange, era ekituufu osaba tutandike okikola mbagirawo. Okusookera ddala mbasaba mwenna bannayuganda, si bakulembeze bokka, naye buli munnayuganda olifuule katalaalyo, ogufuule mulimu gwo, okutemaatema manifesto eyo, okutemaatema ebigendererwa bya NUP, obinnyonnyole buli muntu gw'osobola okutuukako. Tandikira ku bazadde bo, odde ku mwagalwawo, odde ku baana bo oba mikwano gyo, ab'ekinywi kyo b'okola nabo, oba bonna b'otuukako. Osobola okukikola mu buntu osobola n'okozesa social media yo mutuyambe mu kimaking clear abantu balabe kye balwanirira. Bw'oba omanyi kyolwanirira kizibu okussa omukono, bw'oba olengera gy'olaga bannange kizibu okupondoka n'ogwamu amaanyi.
Muwulirize ensonga
bamanye nti tetuli kino Mao kyayagala okuyita nti abo bagamba just Museveni must go. Yes, Museveni must go, but after Museveni goes, our job will just have begun. Museveni mwana agenda, omulimu gwaffe gujja kuba gwakatandika. Awo tutereze Uganda empya. So tubasaba mukinyonyola abantu namwe abali ku social media tuzenga tubasaba era twongera okubasaba baganda bange buli agala ensiye wakiri waayo vidiyo emu oba post emu obedakika 10 buli lunaku kulw'eggwanga lyo mwabali mu Uganda n'abali ebweru wa Uganda tugezaako okuzimba ya Uganda empeya buli omu era buli omu alina omulimu. Olina abantu abakuwuliriza bayinza okuba 2, 3, 4, 5, 100 bawe obubaka buno tuyambe okimenyemenye mu ngeri yo mu lulimi lwo mu sitayiro yo mu ngeri yo yonna yonna omekinga sure nti abantu bakutegeera. Njagala okusinzira wano tulina omu ku baganda baffe omuyimbi Nakinku Honorable Walukagga. Njagala okusaba ssebo taliwo wano naye nkakasa gyali ampulira. Njagala kusaba ssebo mmanyi toyiya ne bayiiya twabirwa babasudde atisi gwe twakusigaza kusaba okoleyo n'akayimba akakodongo kamotemeteme Uganda empya nga bwegenda okuba emakuma Uganda empya n'abantu bewaffe nabo bamanye. Abantu bangi nnyo tebalaba bino, abantu bangi nnyo tebawulira luzungu, abantu bangi nnyo ne betwogera bibagowa. Naye bwe mubitemaatema mwe ba comedians mwe ba artists mutemeeteme Uganda empya abantu balabe kye balwanirira. Abantu balekere abo kamba balwanirira Kyagulanyi oba balwanira NUP bamanye kye balwanirira. Ne bw'aba Kyagulanyi naye amanye nti alina alwanirira asobola nawa walaga awasalewo ayagala kusigala wano oba ayagala genda wali tukimenyemenye abantu batutegeere bulungi nnyo abakulembeze naddala abesimbyewo temukyasobola kugamba nti temumanyi byagamba abantu temusuubiza abantu katogo temukulira abantu mwenge temusuubiza kuwa abantu sente abantu mwabapoloote nga mulina n'obujulizi mubalage kyetwagala okubawa kyekino kyakabi okusinga bukyolo bwe babasaba ate nkakasa bajja bategeera awulidde bulungi. So mumenyemenye manifesto yaffe buli wa NUP oba oli MP oba oli meya eno ne manifesto yokwotandikira ebirala ebiri detailed buyongereza okwo naye abantu mubalage nti tugenda kola nga government tegenda kubeera ng'eneya Museveni egunkumuka tugenda kolera wamu. This is going to be government policy. Enegenda okuba enkola ya gavumenti betugenda okulubirira era buli mukulembeze ku level yonna yonna enjiri gye tukusaba ogende owe abantu. Era njagala kusinzira wano n'obasaba abakulembeze bannange nsanyuka nnyo nga tutambula ku campaign trail era temulekera okumperekera naye njagala obudde obusinga mubumale mu constituency zammwe musisinkana abantu mubasaba akalulu nete mubasaba busabi kalulu mubalage gye tugenda mmwe wano temuli bakandidate kubanga bino si bya bulijjo mwe muli bakomanda muli badulizi ate mmwe abatuuze abali eyo temulowooza nti olwokuba aliwo komanda ali politiko timwe temuli komanda nammwe twabo bawa muli bakomanda njagala bakwate nga tebalina gwe bakwata nga tebalina gwe bakwata bakwata onono abayita mu nkwawa kwekyo bwe kiba kirina okubeera. Njagala okubasaba abakulembeze bwe mugeze mu constituency zammwe muteeketeeke tiimu zammwe zibakubira kampeyini muzinnyonnyole. Nabadde eyo ku drive nendaba omwana ndowooza Honorable Hassan Kirumira yamuleese ali ludda oyo omwana omwana oyo mumpereyo omutwalo ojja kummanja nawulira omwana ng'agenda annyonnyola ebintu for a minute webale nnyo ssebo webalire ddala for a minute nga simanyi nzayogera naye ate ndi mu mmotoka. So abaana bano abato bali amange wetulirewo naye bw'ojja mulaba olabika tulinamu na mutwalo. Eyo yeba enjiri gye tubuulira ku zidrive zaffe ku mikolo gye mugenda buli wamu abantu tubalage ekifaananyi kye twagala ng'eggwanga. Understanding muzimbe eggaali ezo ze ziba zikola campaign zigende door to door, mugende door to door, obudde bukyaliwo mutuukirire buli muntu. Nfuba okulaba nga ntuuka ku buli bantu kuba njagala tugende okulonda nga njogedde ne miliyoni ezitaka wansi wa 20 ez'abantu. Nawe njagala making sure wakiri 80% walonzi abeewammwe oyogedde nabo. So mugende mukonektinge n'abantu bamanye kibino bya ddala si byo ebyokulondalonda mubiri nga Museveni byabadde ng'amanyi. Era mukozese n'ekino ekiseera okwa-identifying aba polling agents abagenda okuuma akalulu kaffe tuleme kutuuka ku kiro ekiseera nga temubategeera. Kati mubeekennenye gw'olabamu ng'alimu ebitege teekawo omulala obudde bukyaliwo. Mweteeketeeke wano we tugenda we wali wennyini we baayogerako. Njagala n'okubasaba mufune engeri ez'enjawulo ez'okuwuliziganyaamu. Mukimanyi bulungi nnyo okulonda nga Museveni yakulembera eggwanga. Saagala tutandike kwekanga mbu intaneti bagigyeko badde tomanyi tebagenda gijjako. Network bazigyeko badde tomanyi tebagenda giteekako bagijjako. Kati mutandike kati agenda okusalako intaneti nga tumugamba twakulinda toluddewo nogijjako. Mufune engeri ez'enjawulo ez'okukwataganamu. Mwetegekere kano akalulu tuyingira mu phase gye bayita eyakanayo kyani mu kano akalulu. Yes, igenda kuba yeraliikiriza kwano we batandikira okusiba abantu. Waitu ali mukomera, Edi Muntu ali mukomera, Akirewa ali mukomera, Gaddafi ali mukomera, Bobi ali mukomera, Smart ali mukomera n'abalala kubanga bo ye blueprint yaabwe kati mukwateko abamwetolodde. Simanyani gwe baddako okusiba drone zeetala kana kaseera katiisa naye tulina choice, tulina ekyokusalawo. Kana kaseera tukatunulire nga tuyimiridde ku ludda ki, olw'okutya oba olw'essuubi. Kuba oyimirira ku ludda olw'okutya olaba buzibu bokka na bulabi bokka. Naye osalawo okukana kaseera okalabira ku ludda olw'essuubi olaba mumukisa, olaba we tumukubira engwalo, olaba we tumutendulira. So nze mbasaba tutunulire opportunity, tutunulire omukisa gwe tulina. Ekyomukisa omulungi tumanyi ki kye tulwanirira. Tetuyimba bulijjo nti olutalo nga luwedde tuliyambala engule gye twawogerako si yakwambala ku mutwe kugenda ng'emasamasa. Engule gye twogerako yeeno ye Uganda empya tetugenda okuzimba. Engule eyo bweba obuyinza n'omukisa gwe tugenda okubanga tufunye, omukisa gwe tusaba bannayuganda yonna gye twetoloola gwenkakasa nti bagenda gutuwa. Omukisa ogwo bwe bagutuwa tubalage Uganda empya bwefaanana. Abantu bamanye nti bagenda okulonda tagenze kulonda James Mubiru nedda, tagenze kulonda Nubyanli nedda, tagenze kulonda Mwanga Kigombi oba Malende nedda, agenze kulonda Uganda empya. Amanye nti ne bwaba nga bamukwatiya gasi ku lwekyo ajja kuguma. Ne baba bamusiba mukomera lwekyo kyakiririzaamu ajja kuguma. Ne baba batutemula nga tugamba kino it is something worth fighting for, worth risking for and worth dying for. Era mbakakasa kino ekintu nze ntalayo buli kimu. Era namwe mbasaba mutale afya kubanga tujja kutuukayo. Kamalirize baganda bange nga mbeebaza olw'obuntu bulamu olw'empisa. Mubadde mulaba ti wiiki bbiri eziyise tetufunyeeko kabenje n'akamu okugjako emmotoka ya poliisi, emmotoka za poliisi bbiri ezajja ne zitomera abantu nga tugenda e Busunju. Tetufunye kabenje konna kubanga mubadde muvuga bulungi nnyo, mubadde mukuuma layini yammwe, wadde emmotoka nnyingi, piki nnyingi, naye mukuuma layini yammwe. Mbasaba mukuume empisa ezo. N'abatulugunya baswala bishuwa gadde otutulugunya naye banoonya ensonga ekyababuze, temubawa nsonga. Kamera kezigale nge batunuddemu bo banyiige bunyuzi bagambe kawadde tewali nsonga piga huyo kale. Neffe we need to be clear, we need to be safeguarded before the eyes of the people, before the law and before God. Amen. So mbebaza nnyo olw'empisa, mbebaza nnyo olw'obuntu bulamu, mbebaza nnyo olw'okubeera n'ekisa naddala security team yaffe, abaana baffe abatambulira ku boda, mwenna ba foot soldiers, mwebale nnyo, mwebalire ddala. Nja kwebaza abo abakuumya abantu, nakibagambako nti omuntu gw'olaba ku kkubo oyo muwala akyamuse n'afiriminga ebyo ebintu n'abiteeka ku akawunti ye, atupushingira nnyo struggle yaffe. Eyo essimu eringa emmundu mweno fight, tuli mu lutalo lwakuba olutalo lwaffe luli non-violent. Era eyo essimu gy'olaba mweno digital era, eyo essimu eringa mmundu. Nabagamba mufube nnyo okukuumagana naye okusigira ddala okuuma abantu abajja okutuwagira. Gavumenti ya Museveni ng'ekozesa Christopher Damulira bagenda mu ghetto, tebanoonyayo bali talented nga si wayina lukalala, oyo ghetto youth nga nze wano, naye tebaagala yaabo, baagala babbi, baagala baziba misango bajje batuzeeko emisango. Nabagamba temubakkiriza, temubawa chance kutulugonya abantu baffe, njagala bazye basanga ate ffe nga tuli era omuntu yenna alina ajja okubba essimu ku mulwanyi waffe. Ffe buli muntu yenna gwe twabakozesa essimu okupushinga struggle yaffe, oyo mulwanyi, era essimu tukirabanga emmundu. Era baganda bange, omuntu yenna alina abbako omuntu essimu nga tuli mu struggle, ne mumulaba mumuyise nga bbye emmundu. Kukikule kyabulabe nnyo omuntu okujja okuza emisango muffe, okujja okubba muffe, esitwago yaffe teriimu babbi. Number one duty y'abantu bonna ba freedom fighters kubeera discipline. Kati omuntu ajja n'atukolamu indiscipline, mumulage nti si munnaffe, bwe mumala mumukwase poliisi. Bwe mukola ki? Ngamba waggulu njagala okwebaza bonna abatusapootinze. Yes, mumekinga sure obubbi tebutuyingira mu butono, si bungi
okawuliddako
tuyingiramu. Era nammwe ababbi abali eyo mbalabula nti bino tulwanirira mmwe ate bino bya ddala. Tulwanyisa omulabe waffe n'abo abeefuula abamu ku ffe bakozesa. So temukola ki? Njagala okwebaza abatuwagidde, abatubuujiridde, mwebale nnyo, mwebalire ddala. Bali mwezi yankubye akaama, tetukyetagayo ku ssente. Mulaba batuyise ewala, ewantu we twandibogedde eddakiika 2 ne tuvugirawo essaawa 2, essaawa 3. Fenno okuba neeyo waliyo abantu ate basinga okunyigirizibwa. Kitegeeza nti amafuta tukozesa mangi. Era nnyo nze njogera ebigambo bannange, kitegeeza nja n'emmere nnyingi. So baganda bange, ekyamazima tukyetaagayo ku buyambi, temulekerawo okutuyambako, tugende maaso nga mutuwagira, tulwane luno olutalo tumaleko. Twabagamba era tuddamu bagamba nti tetulina kyetufiirwa okugjako enjegere zituli ku mikono ne ku bigere. Tugendagenda maaso nga tulwana tuwangule. Bakakasa nti tugenda kuwangula. Bino gye binaggweera, buli kimu kijja kuba kiteredde. Era bwe munalaba nga buli kimu tekinaterera nga mumanya ebinaggwa. Mwebale nnyo, mwebalire ddala mu ngeri enjawulo. Kanneebaze era recognizing Father Kizito agudde mukono. Webale nnyo, webalire ddala.
People power! Power, power! People power! People power! Power, power! People power! Everywhere! LUP! Everywhere!
All right. President amaze okwogera. Thank you so much. Live ebadde etya bannange? How's the live? Our future in thy hand, united free for liberty, together we always stand. Thank you so much. Alright, mwebale nnyo abatugoberedde mpaka wano wetutuuse. Twatandise tuli bangi olw'oluzungu olungi abasinga ne badduka. Naye kati wodduka oluzungu? Lwaki oba odduka oluzungu? Odduka oluzungu? Bannange mudduka oluzungu? Anyway, thank you so much ababaddeko. Twatandise tuli abantu 50, but because of oluzungu, many of you ran. Tubadde unveiling manifesto unpacking. Yeah. Nga tusabukulula manifesto ya National Unity Platform. Yebadde esabukulwa today. So right about now, I would say inti mwebale kubanga mubaddeko kyenyezo soko bagamba. Enamba ejola ku screen nagambye oweerezako ebikolwa ebyobujulizi omusirikale yenna agezaako okukinya omunnayuganda ey'ennamba. Era ennamba eyo osobola ogitereka mu ssimu yo if you want. Naye nga nze ndowooza ojja gyetaaga. It's what I can say. Yeah. Kyenyinza okugamba oba osobola oweerezaako support yonna gy'oba osobodde kweyo ennamba. Manifesto summary. Njagala nfuneyo olunaku manifesto njibamenyere. I want to get a day. Nesimanyi oba nkikola kiro kya leero oba kinasinziira bantu we banaŋŋamba, but njagala nfune olunaku manifesto ingitemeeteme. Kubanga ogwo omulimu gutuweereddwa President waffe His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu atugambye tukozese opportunity eno tumenyeemenye manifesto eya National Unity Platform, kubanga si buli omuntu agitegeera engeri gye birimu oluzungu olungi. Yeah, but I want to find a day njimenyeemenye njitemeeteme. Alright, ababaddeko mwenna abakajja nyongera bajjukiza but bampita sagala nnyo lyogera eno channel yaffe empya eri bagihakinga oba tona subscribinga nkusaba ekintu kimu subscribinga at this juncture ya luzungu ndumanyi ya at this moment subscribe oba tona subscribinga lwansonga tugenda batambula nga president era nga channel yaffe enkadde webadde ekola etambula ku president kwebadde etambulira manifesto olunaku abantu baddeyo bangi olunaku olwaleero twebaza katonda nti lutambudde bulungi president asobodde okuba nga alina ebigambo byayogera ndowooza mubiwulidde mu bigambo byayogera ayogedde ku kuba nti gwe wenna agenda okulonda tosuubira nti kano akalulu ogenda kuba olonda mbaka wabula ogenda va olonda komandawo n'agamba nti tolowooza nti gwe olwanirira Kyagulanyi nedda wabula ate Kyagulanyi yalwanirira igwe Kyagulanyi actually alwanirira bannayuganda bingi byayogedde president n'agamba nti bagenda ne babalimba nti oli kulonda simanya bagenda ne babalimba nti ogenda londa Kyagulanyi so nga ate Kyagulanyi si gw'olonda Kyagulanyi si gw'olonda wabula olonda ggwanga ly'oppya kyenyinza okugamba ebibadde ku katebe bibadde bingi this one is saying Kiganga Calvin watching live from Nairobi Kenya more love Nairobi Kenya tulinze lwe munda tukyalirako kubanga balina aba activist bammwe be bakwata nga batuwagira so Abannakenya mpita wano ku mukutu gwange okubasaba nti bannange oba mutukolerayo ki mujje ekyokubiri president ayogedde ku kyokufuna means of communication kitya era mbasaasira nnyo Abannayuganda nti ssaawa zino musobola okuba nga mulaba live eno otegeera naye ate jjukira mu kalulu bajjako intaneti kati president atusabye n'atugamba tufune engeri yonna gye tusobola okuba nga ne we baba bakutte mu intaneti buli kimu kisigala nga wekiri kati wembuuliza ggwe omunnayuganda ali wano andaba kakodyo ki k'olina olowooza ke tusobola okukozesa okuba nga newe bajjako intaneti tusigalako mu manifesto president ayogedde ebintu bingi ensonga enkulu ezimu ku zendabye ebadde eyo inti you're watching from okay the president said someone has said I use English but then no chapinga tugate okay the president said that we should find means of communication we are going to use during the voting day because remember they are going to turn off the internet and we all know that the president has said we should not pretend as if we don't know that the internet is going to go off nti tetwebuzaabuza nga abatamanyi nti internet egenda kuvaako nti ffenna tukimanyi internet egenda kuvaako kati tufindinge engeri gye tugenda okukivugamu tubeere nga internet neyo evuddeko tusigala twolezeganya president n'ayongerako n'agamba bw'ati mbamenyera manifesto abatasobodde kukiwulira bulungi kansubire mu mpulira president avuddeyo n'agamba bw'ati nti ensonga emu ku ye gy'alowooza nga tanagenda ku ndala zonna za tekinologi buli munnayuganda w'omala okulonda tovaawo ku polling station yo kubanga tewali kigenda kukulemesa kubanga olaba akalulu ko era tewaliwo tteeka likugaana kuyimirira ku polling station ng'akalulu ko omaze okukalonda era president n'agamba nti mutambulire mu bibinja batya woba ogenda londa nti gwe mu staffa kuŋŋaanya munno omuzaffalu okuŋŋaanye oyite munno ogambe mujje tugende tulonde that day we mugenda mulonde Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, kuliko Robert omulala ku ballot paper, naye gwe wola Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu ambuleera tikinga ambuleera. Obululu bungi bwe baagala okutta abantu nga mutikinze mu kabokisi omuli ambuleera mwe bagikubye mwennyini. Kati gwe ky'oba okola obw'osanga wagenda sooka erinnya akafaananyi erinnya umbrella eddekaawo, waliwo akabokisi ewakalu ewagenda ttiikiyo. Electoral Commission eyagala kukikozesa nti omuntu anaatiikinga mu umbrella mwennyini bw'ati mwennyini mu umbrella akalulu ke bagenda kasaza, so nga ate akenaalemu bajja kabala. Kati njagala ffenna olunaku olwo tubeere so keen, twegendereze buli kye tukola. Ngenda funa olunaku, ngenda funa ballot paper zinaafuluma nga tebanajjako internet, nja kujja wano mbasomese. Nja kujja mbaleetere akalulu we kafaanana nkabasomese engeri gye mugenda okulondamu. Kati ono agambye Kiganga Calvin, I'm coming back home Uganda because I want to vote. Okay, make sure ojja bambi n'olonda mu January ndowooza nga 12. Nkugambye ennamba eyo osobola oweerezaako kiripu zonna ez'obujulizi z'oyina, oba osobola oweerezaako support, kyonna ky'oba osobodde tuba tusimba. Mbadde nkyakunnyonnyola President ku lunaku lw'akalulu President akugambye olunaku lw'okulonda mwekuŋŋaanye wenkomye nti togenda wekka, ojja vote. Jjukira baleese abayaaye abagenda okwagala okyankalanya akalulu ako. Beebo ababbi baayogeddeko naye actually kino kankijja olumu. President Bobiwine His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu agambye omubbi wajja nabba akasimu nga tuli mu lwale mu trail eno, yenna mumuyise nga abbye emmundu. Abababbi mubiwulire, mwe be bagasasudde ssente mujje mukyankalanye, kubanga ffe aba National Unity Platform tetuli babbi. Oba onfuna ekintu ekyo. Era President n'agamba nti we mumala mumukwase poliisi, naye nga musobose kukola ki? Kumuyisa nga abbye emmundu, we mumala mumukwase poliisi. Ku luno akalulu President azze munyiivu, sharing alive. So ngezaako okubasomesa, we mumala okukuŋŋaana ng'ekibinja mugenze okulondesa, ogenda kukola ki? Kwata mugende musimbe layini, mufune akakonge kamwe, mutiikinge sula mu box, making sure otikinze bulungi. Nkugambye ngenda kujja mbasomese, naye nkikunnyonnyola nti wabeerawo erinnya, ne wabeerawo akabonero, ne wabeerawo n'otiikinga. Totiikinga mu umbrella mwennyini kubanga akakalulu bajja kabala nga invalid, so nga ate bandikabaze nga kalamu. Ate nga ab'NRM obwawe bajja bubala nga bwe baakola mu kali akalulu. Ku luno beetegese okutta obululu bungi obwa His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu nga bwe baakola mu kali akalulu. Naye era wadde kali twabasinga, kati nzize ku nsonga enkulu, buli aliko sigalako sharing owulirize. Womala okulonda akalulu ko tovaawo ku polling station, bannange waliwo ennaku z'otakola ng'olwadde, waliwo ennaku z'otakola nga tolina maanyi. Olunaku olumu terukusala okulwanirira eggwanga lyo. Akalulu ko tokakkiriza okufa olwo lunaku. Kikyentegeeza togamba nti nina emirimu egy'okukola nina ki, olwo lunaku olufule public holiday kubanga lwe lugenda oleeta enkyukakyuka mu bulamu bwo. N'onaagenda okole ng'ebintu bigenda sigala bye bimu, muganda wange olafuuba na bwereere. Abali e Bulaaya musobola okunjulira ku kino nti gwe jagamba sibeeramu ebyokaŋŋende. My friend, obonaabona n'abazzukulu bo ne baani bagenda bonaabona, oba onfuna. So that day omala okulonda, making sure ndowooza otambuddemu n'ekicupa ky'amazzi ag'okunywa n'ekindazi kyo, tuula ebbali. Kati olw'eggulo lutuuke nga mumaze okulonda, babala akalulu. Babala akalulu balangire His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu nga waaliddeawo. Tokkiriza malpractice, bakita malpractice. How do they call okubba obululu? Malpractice. Tokkiriza okubba akalulu ko. Because wokikkiriza oba olafuubanidde bwereere, olaba yenna ateekawo ensasage yonna ku polling station, tokkiriza because oyina olukisa, you have a right to protect your vote. oba nfuna tubadde ku manifesto ya His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu kati ngezaako gimenyaamenya bwe bamala olangirira mu ekigurupu ekyo mujaguze mutandika okuba embuutu wemba mwaze n'engoma mutandika ozikuba wemba mwaze n'obuzindaalo muteekeko ennyimba za President His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu nga muli mu bibinja tokkiriza okutambula wekka mujaguze era polling station eno weetandika ojaguza n'eri ne balangirira naye jaguza nabo bajaguze mutandika okwegatta nga buli ajaguza mwegatta we mugenda gye bakalangiririra mpulira w'omala okujaguza tokoma ku kujaguza mujaguze nga we mugenda gye balangirira akalulu ku tali center simanyi tali center banagiteeka ku luno naye mugivuge eggaali yammwe nga mugitwala ku tali center temulina musango gomba mukozaawo oba nfuna kwe muli nabye njogera nabo abampuliriza muŋŋambekaawo okay kati wemmala otuuka ku tali center muwulirize n'obwegendereza jjukira ba polling agent baffe bagenda bya ne DR form era bannaaye polling agent gwe muteeka kasaba MP ba MP mulimu abayinza okwagala okutulyamu enkwe naye kino kikakata ku ggwe omunnayuganda olaba nga polling agent naawe kennyini oli polling agent making sure DR form ogitunulako ogiraba kambasomesa ekintu kino polling agent si yalina nti oyo polling agent si yalina otunula yeka ku DR form ye declaration form wabula naawe omuntu alonze akaluluko olina olukisa okutunula ku DR form okitegedde nti woolaba nga agent wen balangiridde obululu tovaawo bakwata ne bakyusa DR form jjukira bamala okulangira ano nti His Excellency Bobi Wine afunye obululu $2.2 Yoweri Tibuhaburwa afunye akalulu 3 bagenda kukwata ng'ovuddewo DR form bagikwatemu bakwate ya His Excellency Bobi Wine bagiwe omulala bakwate eno bagiwe omulala kati kikkakatako okubeerawo nga bawandika declaration form ezo okuba akafaananyi womala okuba akafaananyi buuti mujjukira mutandise ojaguza naye wano weetegereza eggaali mugivuge mpaka ku tali center gye baba bagenda obbalira obululu onfuna eggaali mugivuge mpaka ku tali center eggaali we mugivuga mpaka ku tali center musirike nga mujaguliza eyo ebibinja ebirala bigenda kujja bibeegatteko ebibinja ebirala we bibeegattako era musigale nga mulaba akalulu kano byabakamayina engeri gy'akalwisaamu okkalangirira n'akalangirira eyo ekiro nga bw'oba nga bukya naye temukoowa nakugambye olaba olwala n'otagenda kukola kati olunaku lumu lukusala kati byabakamaageza jjukira olina DR form yo aba polling station ya Kavule bazze aba polling station ye Makerere wali Kigungu bazze mutunudde ku DR form nga mulaba ebigatta nti His Excellency Bobi Wine afunye obululu $3,000,000 mumaze okwegattagattamu kati muwulire byabakama byabala muwulire byabakama byabala mukwano nkubuulira ekintu kino okuva ku polling station singa wabaawo omuntu azanyira mu kaluluko beera mukambwe nga akutte omwanawo kubanga yeno chansi yokka gy'oyina kankiddemu kino banaye abawagira ebibiina ebirala ebyopposition munansonyiwa kuba tetuli mu bya bibiina kanjogere amazima nsaba kunsonyiwa muyinza okutavuka but munsonyiwe kankyogere tewaliwo opposition saga kugana ku kibiina tewaliwo mukulembeze w'opposition ababaddewo babeesige baani atadde ono musabba ku bunkenke nga His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu aka Bobi Wine taliyo ezo firimu ze mwalimu mu kibiina kiri ekya bbulu ezo firimu tetuziriimu eno nationalunityplatform luli twali twakajja nga tetubitegeera bulungi nga tugezaako kununula ggwanga ne kati tuzze tuli bakambwe. Waliwo abaana abankubira essimu mbu simanya twagala mukali akalulu byonna bye mwayogera mbijjukira kati mukano embeera babakkiriza ogikola. Nze mbasaba ekintu kimu, make sure olwanirira akalulu ko. Nga sineeyongerayo njagala okujjukiza nti osobola okumpa ku support ko ye namba eri ku screen. Eri ku screen osobola okunteerako obuyambi obwonna bw'obweyagadde mu ngeri yonna. Jjukira ku eno channel yaffe empya era tuteekako bubaka bwa His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu buli waatambulira tumukuleetera. Buli waatambulira tumukuleetera. Era n'enkya wa insha Allah nga Mungu atusaasidde n'otusaasira tuyinza omukuleetera ng'agenze ku kanisa. Naye tuyinza okuresuminga ku Monday tuba tetusobodde enkya. Enkya nyinza okukolawo show ne tunyumyamu nga ffe bannankyukakyuka. Simanyi oba mulyokke nakyo ne tukolayo show yaffe nga twewa ku magezi kubanga His Excellency Bobiwine agambye nti n'owobeerako n'omuntu omu ng'alaba kasitoba ng'otambuza message ya nkyukakyuka. Kyovola nti nandibadde live eno nagigaddidde okuva eyawedde naye nagambye kanjogere n'abantu 8 abasigaddeko. Kuba n'abantu 8 abaliko bameka abali e Bulaaya oba bameka abali e Uganda. Oba oli Bulaaya osooka ngamba ndi Bulaaya oba oli Uganda mbabale. Ekirala buli munnayuganda ng'oli Bulaaya bagambye akalulu ko kalina kye kagattako oba olina endagamuntu. Musobola okuba temugenda kukomawo kati naye mukubire abafamire zammwe babakebera mu nkalala nga mwe muli. Ate w'obadde olondera nteekwa olina olonderawo bagenda kwagala okusazaamu amannya gammwe. Naye ate that day be tough kubanga buli munnayuganda alina endagamuntu emulaga nti mutuuze wa Uganda alina okulonda. Tosobola kuŋŋamba nti kati nze ID yange yaggwako nga kyogamba nti nsobola olemesebwa olonda olw'okuba ID yaggwako. Let no one fool you that day. Let no one fool you that day. Kyobola mwina otambulira mu bibinja. Omanyi bano abaana ababalawo bululu babeera baavu enjala ebaluma kati babakozesa nnyo okubagulirira. So we mubeera mu bibinja mugenda kuba muwonyeza ekintu ky'okugulirira. Abo abaana basobola bakubira eggulu erimu ekisimo ng'enkya lwe balondesa. Omwana ne basooka bamuwayo obukadde bubiri awo. Right sibasiibula kubanga njogedde nnyo sinnanywa ku mazzi. But allow me say bye for now. What should I? Nejjukira ekituufu nga sinnabasiibula. Ekituufu twetaaga kasente ekyo kyosijja kabalimba katuyamba mu ngeri ez'enjawulo ku ground kukuyiriba naddala ku data ono. Nti gwe kebeera live ezisembinga His Excellency Bobiwine ali ku trail twastreamingira okumala essaawa 12 esembi eyabadde ey'ejjo eyaluli ssaawa 11 nti weesanga nti twefiiriza ebintu bingi batya nti nze nkeera ku makya ssaawa 11 ne neetegeka ne tutandika ne tukateekayo live awo nga twetegeka mpaka president waffe Lumennyumba ne tutandika streaminga. Neweesanga nti streamings okuva ku ssaawa 11:11 mpaka ssaawa 3 ez'olweggulo oba 4 okusinza president z'aba atuuse waka. Meaning emirimu mba ngipoozi nze gye nkola. Yes, meaning emirimu gye mba nkola mba ngipoozi nze. Kati awo nkusabira n'ogamba nti gwe wenna alinayo akantu okanteera ku ssimu eyo eri ku screen kw'oteeka obujulizi kw'oteeka akantu. Gwe wenna abaasobodde kiba kya mugaso nnyo nti weesanga nti ndi ku live from morning to late night n'enkya n'entandika bwe ntyo. Tijjukira nkozesa data lunaku lulamba nkwa stream. Nina okulya lwakuba nti emisana tetulya lumu nga tuwummudde wali. Nina onywa kale amazzi neme kubeera nga ndi dehydrated. Rehydrated kyonna kikiri. So You can send anything kwa your number on screen 0770543326 bambi watch tukoledde kyenyenza okugamba tuwadde tukyatema manifesto ya His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi. Okay, gasina mala yawo ya eretana kyanzu Christine kyonna kyosobodde teekako bambi oba otuyambe oba otuweereddewo. So mbadde nkyakunyonyola nga nkugamba nti ku Tali Center byabakama ageza alangirire ebifo bino ebigambo biva president saagala bimuddiramu kambi ogere nga byogedde kabanje kakole ki kabanje wali obaddekaawo ng'enjala ekuluma ng'olina g'obanja ebido ng'olina g'obanja ekyebitaano ky'enjala ekuluma omulaba ye ali ku nkoko omanye engeri gy'oyinza omubanjaamu n'empi zivuga singa kamutanda n'alangirira ebitali bituufu kabanje. President yabagambye ensi gye bayita Nepal. Men of you ani amanyi Nepal? Ani amanyi ebibaddeyo mu Nepal? Naye temwakitegedde. Waneeno ku mulirwano waliwo abakitulaga nti basobola. Lwaki ffe tetusobola? Ffe abali mu Central ffe tulina osooka okuteekawo enkyukakyuka. Mbuuza batya President yali doli eri ebusoga, abasoga ne bamugamba naye lwaki Abaganda tebatwazikamu ku Kampala mukana akalulu kokka mpaka lunaku lusemba ne tugibaddiza nga akalulu kawedde? Omanyi baade bategeeza nti batusinga omutima anti bo bakikwata nti buli ali mu Kampala Muganda we tuba tukitwala. Kati ffe lwaki ffe Abaganda abali mu Kampala naffe Abanyankola abali mu Kampala baafuuka Abaganda nga tuwagira enkyukakyuka? Lwaki tetusobola kukola basoga kye bakola? Why can't we save our country? Ekisinga okunyumira ku Kampala babanyigiriza ne mutuuka ne mugetinga comfortable mu kunyigirizibwa batya. Omuntu asobola okuba nga ajja buli nnaku, munansonyi okukozesa ekigambo kino, omuntu asobola okuba nga ajja buli nnaku nakkuba n'alya mukazi wo, akkuba alya mukazi wo n'alya n'emmere yo. Naye ggwe olw'okuba akikola buli nnaku otuuka n'ofuuka nti okimanyidde. Lwaki oba okimanyiira? Omuntu yenna kati woofuna omuntu akulwanira naga naye ono omuntu kyakola kibi, weerwanirire naawe kubanga oli abakoledda ng'ettawaaza. Era ku olwo oli wajja kwata ensanafu zimuyiire otandika olutalo bwe luto. So abasoga baavaayo ne bagamba nti ffe abali mu Kampala tulabika tetusobola, tubaayizike mu Kampala, era singa kibadde kisoboka twandigibaazise kubanga ffe abamu tuli bagumu n'abamu temuli bagumu. Omuntu just okuwandiika comment ng'eri mu linnya lyayo alowooza nti Katolo be basibye abafudde ba Frank. My friend, lino eggwanga omanyi mwe mulina omuze gumu, nze kasita ngenda fa nveewo mbabuulira n'empewo zammwe tezigenda setolinga eyo gye ziri ng'olaba omwana wo abonaabona. Gw'oyagala obeere mu nsi ng'olinga ali mu nsi yono Kim Jong-un teweesalirawo tokola ki? Why do you live in a country of being, should I call it suppressed? Oppressed, yeah, I think. Why do you accept to be in a country where you don't have freedom? Why do you live why don't you sacrifice the small you have and fight for your country? Lwanirira ensi yo. Nkubulira ebintu bino osobola olwanirira ensi yo ng'okulanga tugambe nze nojja online n'otambuza message. Osobola olwanirira ensi yo kati nze nina advantage nti njirwanirira ku ground n'enjirwanirira online. Kati gwe ali e Bulaaya ensi yo ogirwaniridde otya? olw'okuba oli Bulaaya olowooza oli bulungi. Muganda wange omukulembeze kaalizuukuka n'agamba saagala munnansi n'akusindika n'akuzza mu Uganda is the day you realize you're suffering, you've been a refugee, toyina ky'oyina. Kubanga bwe baba bakufulumya tugambe mu nsi ya US mu America wa neba wano mu Bawarabu teri kya bugagga kyo ky'ogenda kukomawo nakyo. Naye mulinga abatalina magezi. Teri kya bugagga kyo ky'ogenda kukomawo nakyo. Teri kya bugagga kyo ky'ogenda kuzza Uganda. Gwe onyumirwa ng'oli Bulaaya n'oweereza ssente nga tubasabiriza. Don't you want to enjoy a country where ngate abazungu be bajja nga beegomba ensi yamwe because this is the pearl of Africa? Alright. Mumpe ku mazzi namba y'essimu ye eri waggulu eri mu screen. Yeah, thank you. Gwe onyumirwa okuba omanyi mwe mugenda eyo e Bulaaya ne mulowooza nti waafuuka wammwe. Mukulidde mu America, mukulidde Canada, mukulidde mu Baarabu, mukulidde South Africa. You think that is your country? No. Muna baamuziika batya? My friend, wofiire eyo ku nsi omulambo gwo ne tutasobola gukomyawo eno. Bagenda kukuziika nga bwe baziika ekinyomo. Ekinyomo okimanyi? Basuula kisuule. Wekisanga mu sukali kikwate kinyogootole suula. Do you really want that life? Do you want that life? Why don't you fight for yourself? Kati gwali Bulaaya, the only way you can fight for yourself, I think, woba olina omutimbagano byogereko. That is the one thing ekisooka. Mala obyogerako oba osobola supportinga. My friend, noona zitereka teziwera. Kati kankuwa example. Negereze ku nze abaana abalala nabo mu category bagwamu. Nzuukuse ku makya sina kye naakoze ntandise live because notuusa information etuuke ku mmwe. Ask yourself, how do I survive? Katonda. Kubanga newe ngamba nkweze feedback, nkuweleze message zange. Sinafuna message ya sente from yesterday. Kubanga oli yajja gamba tubawa sente. Gwagamba tubawa sente, wampadde sente. Tonaba. Kiki ntegeeza wano? Kati kitegeeza nze nsurvivinga okubula mu kisa kya Katonda. Naye ng'ate nina otuusa obubaka kubanga nkimanyi bwe tugenda mu Uganda empya ebintu bigenda tereera. Don't you want to live a country nga gwe muwalawo oba mutabani wo oba gwe kennyini nga toli mu kiyumba kya Buwarabu ng'okola bwa bukozi housemaid? Musiiba mugamba nti oyo mukomba box muvuma ab'e Uganda naye naawe ali e Bulaaya oli mukomba box. Why don't you feel that pain? Why don't you think of where you've come from? Why do you think you're okay? Why do you think inti gwe oli comfortable? Why do you think inti ensi gy'olimu gwagi owninga? Wano Trump we yajja so nfunde ku mazzi. Wano Trump we yajja yakwata ku bannayuganda, yakwata sorry ku batuuze abamu n'abafulumya ensi. Ndowooza n'abannayuganda mwalimu. Bw'oyagala ensi singa etuuka n'egamba nti twagala buli atali munnansi afulume, gwe olowooza okubanga baakuwa akapapula ak'obutuuze olowooza oli mutuuze? Do you want nyanza? Nsooka nnyo ku mazzi temuvaako. Do you want to live in a country of where you want to live in a country of where you think you have a document? Ate kankubuleko ekintu kino. Njagala obeere muddugavu. Otambule ku street y'America ng'oli mutuuze olina empapula. Olabe batasooke kukyambuwa kubuuza bipapula. Why do you live in a country? Naye mu Uganda babikola. Mu Uganda oba olina empapula oba tolina otambula. Ne ku parliament n'ogenda. State House lwakuba ono omusabba yagifuula nzibu naye nawe ogendawo. What do I mean? Weetereze gwe ng'omuntu. enkyukakyuka etandikira ku ggwe ng'omuntu. Enkyukakyuka etandikira ku ggwe ng'omuntu. Anyway, njagala basibula tuyinza okuddamu ekiro kya leero benkya, but please nkusaba ekintu kimu, subscribinga gwatana subscribinga. Ekirala akanamba katereke kola ku screen, oyinza okuketaga mu mbeera yonna. Tokakubako ki weereza message ku WhatsApp ng'oyina kyombuuza oba ng'oyina obujulizi bw'oleeta. Actually temumbuuza bibuuzo kweyo enamba because musobola okugiramu abanyambi. Weereza bujulizi. Oba oyagala kunyumyamu nankatono, it is okay kweyo enamba ya WhatsApp. Gisaving ojja gyetaaga kubanga gye tweyongera wakambwe. Oba ofuna ekirala njaba ku live naye wabeewo anteerako just omutwalo gumu kweyo enamba. Nve ku live mbasiibule. Kasita gutuuka nga mbasiibule just 10k. 10k womala oteekako comment nga wano ntaddeko 10k oba ntaddeko omutwalo. Kyokka gwe mbasabye manye nti at least nfunyeeyo lunch ne supper. Si mububi. Abala baasa miliyoni 2 biki naye nze nkusaba kimpisa mu lunaku. Enkya ntandikira okuba we naawe basaba ennyingi mujja gamba ani yakuyinza mu struggle. No. So just wabeeya nterako just ka 10k kweyo enamba eri ku screen ereeta Christine Nachanzi mbate. Live tugenda tandikira. Ngenda batu osangako entambula za president ate ngenda nfunangayo olunaku tunyumyemu mbasomese ku ggwanga lyammwe mbayigiriza okwagala eggwanga lyammwe. Abaliko mbagambe just wabeeyo omuntu omu anteerako omutwalo kweyo enamba manye nti lanchi ngifunye mbaviire saawa zino just 10k emanye nti olunaku nfunyeeyo omutwalo. Omala oguteekako comment nga wano tintaddeko omutwalo. Ereeta Nachanzi Christine ye enamba eri ku screen. So waliwo abangambye mbanyonyole manifesto ya His Excellence Bobi Wine Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu mu Luganda. Ngenda wenva kweno live ngenda kutuula wansi ngimenyeemenye. Wemala ogimenyaamenya ngenda kujja ngiba breakingire one by one, bit by bit. Otegeera ngenda tuula wansi ngiwandiike ngimenyeemenye nzije ngibavuunulire. Ngenda bakolela live ebavuunulira manifesto eyo. Omutwalo sinagulaba. Omutwalo sinagulaba muguntereka uko bambi. Just 10k. Thank you. Katonda gwasaasira n'asanyuka n'agumpa abakikoze. Only 10k. Ate 10k tekusala ku kadata ke tutaddemu kati twaka streamingira hours meka. Twaka streamingira hours 5. Yes. 10k ziba na ntono zensabye but at least paya akatwalo. Sinala message. I'm waiting for it. So manifesto ngenda jiba breaking it down. Manifesto ngenda jiba breaking it down. Nesikati. Kubanga nkoyemu nina owummulamu ku katono. Then manifesto nji breaking nga mmaze okugimenyaamenya. Ngenda gibavuunulira mu Luganda. Olunyankole some small lunyankole. Oluzungu muganye mu luzungu kuba temugitegeera. Kati already bagibaadde mu luzungu kati nzenda gibagattira mu Luganda. Oba kuno ekubeerako omuntu asobola okubreakinga manifesto eyo obulungi. Osobola okumpeeza message ku WhatsApp namba eyo gy'olaba ku screen. Wonampeereza message nga gwe osobola ogimenyaamenya mba ngenda kweza invite ogitumenyere mu video oba mu audio otumenyere manifesto kubanga si buli omuntu agitegeera. Ate kikakata kuffe okukwata manifesto eyo ne tugimenyera abantu. Okay. Omutwalo gumu gunyimye but it's okay. Let me sign out. Tujja tutandikirawo. Njagala oyisaawo akalango kano. 10k muginyimye. kampisewo akalanga ako soke nkayiseewo. Okay, abo bemulaba babayita ba Don Extra Boost, social media boosting, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, babayita ba Don Extra Boost. Era abantu we bahakinze ne batwala gundi yaffe YouTube yaffe, ba Don Extra Boost be batuyambye ne batucreatingira YouTube channel eno. So babayita ba Don Extra Boost, oyagala funa views, likes, comments, bebo ba Don Extra Boost, enamba yaabwe yeeyo. Oba ontegedde? Yeah. Waliwo ayina ekibuuzo before I go? Just one question. Anyone with a question before I go? Yeah, I want to go. So waliwo ayina ekibuuzo? Aba YouTube musirika, ena aba TikTok boogera naye aba YouTube musirika. Do you have anyone with a question? Kakebere wano. Any question or no question? Do you have a question? No. Any question before I sign out?